and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. Out of the darkness, out of the fear, here comes the monster waiting in there. Heart rate is rising, some call it scared. You'll feel the chill start raising your hairs. It's too late, you're here now. I hope that you're prepared, cause there's no getting out. You can feel the energy, dark like a cloud. Electrified by panic, terror and doubt. Don't cross me or you'll learn quick the hard way that I'm not one to mess with. I got a mind and that mind's full of mean tricks. I'll plant a seed in your red where the fear will stick, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare. Slash all your dreams. A demon plays on the weak. You better watch out for me. Mistakes were made, you will see. You should've never crossed me, cause now you'll never stop me. Revenge was my calling. Now you're a dead man walking, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Today is Friday the 13th, and what a day it is. But first, let me welcome my wonderful viewers. Nekio once again snatching the first right in front of Schmoozer's nose. This will turn into a rivalry, I can tell. And thank you, Schmoozer, for the daily check-in, the hydrate, and the stretch. We are 1/3 of the way to the T emoticon unlock. Thank you very much. I hope we'll get there soon, and all of my viewers and subscribers will enjoy the new emoticon. So, let's see today's plan. Now, a bit of an interesting backstory here is needed. Last week we finished the playthrough of Doom 3 and all of its expansions. Actually, I started that playthrough on my birthday stream back in March. It was the 29th of March, and ever since we were playing Doom 3, and then Resurrection of Evil, and lastly The Lost Mission. And it wasn't exactly planned, I will be honest. I wasn't planning for finishing it right before or anywhere before Friday the 13th. It was just how the stars aligned, as they say. And so I started thinking, what could I play? I need something special. And even though last week what I have done, I think twice actually, on Friday the 13th, because last year we had 2 of them at least, since I've been streaming. What I've been doing is playing games that are no longer available on Steam or on the PlayStation Network. For example, originally, I do believe we played Friday the 13th Killer Puzzles, which is a lovely little game, but it's no longer available since the license ran out. And then we also played Scratches, which is another game that is no longer available on Steam. However, when I looked at my long list of games that I want to play one day, I realized that many of these titles would require way more than one stream. So what should it be? What should be the title that we celebrate Friday the 13th with? And unfortunately, there are not many games based on the franchise with the same name. Obviously, there is a multiplayer Friday the 13th game, but it's multiplayer and mostly dead. I also refuse to start a game that will shut down its servers in a bit, so I had to find a better alternative. And so I planned to play some PC demos because it's the next fest now. Oh no, this is the only Friday the 13th this year. That is terrible. That can't be. There are 12 months. We only get one? Let me see. This is a Sunday. This is a Wednesday. This is a Saturday. A Monday. Come on. Thursday every day except a Friday, right? Yeah. Every day except for a Friday. Well, apparently this is the only Friday the 13th we get. The next one is in February 2026. Who knows what will happen until then. So my original idea was playing some demos that are part of the Steam Next Fest. And I even included it in my schedule. But since that time, since last Sunday, something happened. And I would like to say that it was nothing but serendipity, because I did not expect it at all. You see, I had, and I still have, games on my Throne wishlist. And on my birthday stream that I mentioned, an anonymous supporter got me the Amnesia collection. However, how my Throne wishlist works, and I even have an announcement about this, I don't ask for the full price of the games, because as much support as I can get, I want to make the most out of it. So I always include the lowest possible price that a game usually get discounted to. So I look at the price history and I say this game is discounted by 75% every 2 months then that is the price I will include on Throne. I never ask for the full price, because if I can wait for a discount and get 2 or 3 games out of the same money, why wouldn't I do that? As much as I want to support the game developers, I want to show as many games to my viewers as possible, and I don't want to waste their money. So with Amnesia Collection it was the same. However, for some odd reason, it wasn't discounted since that to that degree. It was part of a PlayStation Plus let me try that word again, discount, but not to that degree. So I just waited. I decided I have enough games to play. And then, I do believe on Tuesday or Wednesday, I got an email about the game being on discount. And I said, well, then this is the game we are going to play. So I took my schedule, threw it out the window, purchased the Amnesia Collection, and we are starting our descent into the madness today. And from this point on, every Friday I will be playing the Amnesia Collection. Now what the Amnesia Collection is actually multiple games. It's a bundle. You see, originally Amnesia The Dark Descent, and then a DLC to it, and a sequel called The Machine for Pigs were released on PC, and only PC as far as I know. But back in 2016 they were ported to PlayStation 4 in this collection. So this is actually multiple games, and we will start with these since these are the original, and then there comes Rebirth and the latest one, The Bunker. No, in theory this collection has trophies as well, so we can hunt for some trophies, which is lovely, and we can start it right up. You see this lovely mixture of the two cover images, and I can already hear that this game will be really loud, but that's okay. So as you can see, we can choose from 3 titles. The Dark Descent, the original, Justin, I hope that's how it's supposed to be said, is a DLC to it, and The Machine for Pigs is the sequel. Now, a bit of backstory to my relationship with Amnesia, because I do believe it's important to this. And I will try to be short, but I already know that it will take a few minutes to explain this. You see, this game, Amnesia, first released back in 2010. It was 15 years ago. And it was a relatively small indie game. It was developed by a studio, or rather company, called Frictional Games. I do believe they published it as well. And they had games before this. They created games before Amnesia. They developed the Penumbra series, which I absolutely love. I still to this day say that those were their best games, and I love those games. However, with Amnesia, they hit gold in a way. You see, when the game released originally, it was a long time ago, and honestly I wasn't really interested in video games back then. I wasn't looking at the news about what is releasing and what's the latest. If something came my way or I discovered something, maybe I gave it a try, but that's about it. However, this game back then was really difficult to miss, because you see, now we have Twitch and everyone is live streaming, and that's the trendy thing, or maybe it's not even the trendy thing anymore. Maybe that is TikTok and I'm just old. But back in the day, live streaming wasn't that popular. It wasn't so refined and easily accessible. To be honest, it was before the time of VTubing altogether. Back then, there was YouTube. It still is there. And what people did, and what was the trendy thing, was making let's play videos, gameplays with reaction, with a little webcam or something like that. You probably know at least a few content creators or video makers on YouTube who started this way. And people loved doing that. That is, in a way, I could say, is the origin of video making about games, in a way. Because earlier it was difficult to even record gameplay. I don't even think back in the early 2010s we had OBS. You use special programs for recording, and it was really hard on the machines. Welcome in, Seth. How are you doing? So nice to get my brick highlighted. Yeah, thank you. I was already prepared and dodged. Greatly appreciate for the daily check-in as well. And thank you for the contribution and the hydrate schmoozer. So these days, if you want to record something on PC, you will probably try to record with the Nvidia Shadowplay or something like that, which is a built-in function to the Nvidia graphics card. Dodging is cheating. Well, I guess you need to get a bigger brick. But that's nowadays. Back then in 2010, you had nothing such. You could use Fraps, you could use Action or something like that, Manicam. And many people don't even know these programs anymore. I still have my licenses. So people made let's plays, they made videos about all sorts of games. But if you wanted to have a video that was popular, it was enjoyable to watch, you needed a game that warranted some sort of reaction. Maybe it had to be really dramatic, or really sad, or really funny. That was a good way to go. Or in this case, you needed a game that was really scary. Because if you get scared, you can have a genuine reaction that is quite strong. You can scream your head off, and people can relate to that. So the game becomes scary through your reaction. And Amnesia was great for that. Because unlike a Silent Hill, which is a psychological horror game, it's a slower burn, it's really subtle in a way, you don't have these sort of reactions. In a Resident Evil, which is about survival horror, it's about management and being cautious. You can't just start running around because you will get murdered. But Amnesia is different. It has a really heavy atmosphere. You are faced with enemies that you cannot fight. The only thing you can do is flee. And there are plenty of different kind of jump scares. So there's the reaction that everyone needed. And so Amnesia became this sort of popular go-to game to create Let's Plays of, because it was fun for the viewers to see the video maker, I almost said streamer, to get scared. And that's how I learned about this game. However, here comes the somewhat troubling part. I go silent when scared, I don't scream. That's an interesting reaction. I have to watch you play something scary. It will be an interesting stream. Complete silence. Nothing else. I can leak again! I got a gift sub! You have no idea how terrible that sounded to me. Or rather, not terrible, just extremely questionable. But let's not dwell on the wording there. I'm happy you got it. So, the thing was, the somewhat controversial part of this tale is video makers, they realize that this game is good for business. It's good for getting views because it is scary enough to be believable to have such reactions. If you are playing something that is not really scary and you scream all around, that feels a bit fake. Here, it was to a certain degree warranted. No, I will not say that these video makers faked their responses. Some had their genuine reactions. Some, I would say, wanted to push the envelope a bit too much. But overall, it was a great game. It was a good horror game. I really do hope that was my hair there that she just pulled. Was it? Because that's not really nice. So things slowly got more and more hyped, because if you build hype around something, that's also good for views. And a short while later, Amnesia got the title of the scariest game ever. Now, that's where my little dislike towards the game originated from. Because you see, this title was given not based on some great horror fans who knew all the horror games before Amnesia. It was a marketing idea, not from the developers, it was from the video makers and from the viewers who watched this game so that their favorite YouTuber is screaming about it, so it must be the scariest game ever created. And I did not necessarily like it, because as much as I think Amnesia is a good game, it's not the scariest. It never was, and I will never accept that. So, slowly but surely, it kind of became this legendary game. However, as I mentioned, what is the scariest game is a good question. And objectively, I couldn't tell you, because to everyone it's different. In my opinion, if someone wanted to really find the scariest game, they would need to look through all the games that I want to. If I'm here in a few years' time and I play through all of them, then maybe I can answer that question. But then I will have knowledge about all those games, because there are so many games. And this is the big part why I dislike this idea of talking about the game like it's the best without really knowing the entire catalog of games. Is that back in the PlayStation 2 era, there were so many great horror games. So many great horror games. And most of the people who, the newer generation, who watch these Let's Plays on YouTube, they don't even know about those games. Because that was an earlier generation, and that's alright. And I understand if someone says this game is the scariest right now in its own terms, because horror changes and technology changes, and that's important. Because Resident Evil, the original, was terrifying to those people who watched it. Now it's just a pixely mess. Because things change. And horror evolves. It gets worse, really. It gets more horrifying as time goes on. Because otherwise people get bored. And that's why you can't necessarily say that something is the best of a genre, because it depends on the time. The game that is the scariest today, in 20 years will be something you give to your kids to play, because it won't be scary anymore. And you can see the same trend happening in movies. But I also don't really play horror, only maybe psychological horror in visual novels. Yes, but those can work too. It's not the kind of horror where you will be running and screaming around, but it has that effect on you. That melancholy, that you are watching the screen with a simple image and you're reading the lines and it's like a book. And every line you read, the scene becomes darker. And you are in a way afraid to see what comes next. And that's great writing. But visual novels in that way are different because they are like a book with images. It's more about your imagination. And that's one of the tricks of horror. Don't show much, because the trick is, if I tell you that something is the scariest monster in existence, you will create it for yourself. The image that you have in your mind is built from your fears. I don't even know what those are, but you will be afraid. If I try to create it and show it to you in a game, that won't be that version. It will be something that is scary, but not personally terrifying to you. So my interpretation will be worse. And that's why in many movies, when they are clever, they don't really show the monster. They show snippets. They show what it has done to someone. But if you just see the monster out in broad daylight, it doesn't work, because you gave it away. And maybe that is someone's greatest fear, but to someone like me it will be like, that's a xenomorph. That's cute. Has 2 sets of mouth. Scariest monster in existence. French. Ooh, we have to call Nekio, but he's streaming. So to finish the tale, in an interesting chain of events, how this game released and was created, really, it was in the right place at the right time, as they say. And it was picked up by YouTubers. And to a certain degree, it deserved the hype, certainly, because it is a good game. But it was also a bit overhyped, as the youth would say today, because obviously video making is a form of content creation, and you want hype, you want popular videos, and you want viewers. And so it was, in a way, a marketing strategy for people to say that this is the scariest game. Why I dislike that? Because I quickly realized that it was a trend, it was a trick to get views. It was, in a way, clickbait in the title. Because once Amnesia ran its course, a few months, these video makers needed a new game. But there was nothing like Amnesia. And the next Amnesia wouldn't release for years. So they looked around, and they always found some game. Either an indie game, an old AAA game, or maybe a new one. And lo and behold, right away it was called and titled the new scariest game of all time. It happened with Five Nights at Freddy's, it happened with Outlast, it happened with a bunch of titles. Every month there was a newest one. And so what bothered me was not only that horror games were misrepresented in a way, because it wasn't necessarily about how horrifying they are, it was about how good they are for making such videos from. Because there are horror games that are brilliant, but they are not really good for streaming or video making. And those were just thrown out the window, because those are not good content. Which I understand as a content creator. But it kind of warped the perception of horror games. And also, this idea of the scariest game of all time, this title was so overused that it lost all of its meaning. And that's why I have this saying that every horror game is the scariest game of all time until the next one comes along. And that's how it was. There was always a newer one. And I remember even companies trying to get on the bandwagon with this and saying that their game will be the scariest. And the moment they said it, I was already kind of turned away from their game. Because I knew that they are just trying to sell it too hard. Because realistically, as much as I understand marketing, for a good horror game, you don't need to watch someone scream. You will be screaming. And that's what I kind of missed with these ideas, that I don't have to be told to be scared. If the game is good, then it will happen naturally. And so I didn't play Amnesia back then, because I just kind of hated it for what it became. I didn't have any problem with the developers. I just genuinely thought the game is put on a really high pedestal and it cannot live up to that, because nothing could live up to this. And the funny thing is, one day I was reading an online article from one of the game magazines. I don't know which one it was. And it was about a list of horror games, I do believe. I always like to read those, maybe find something new, even though it was always the same 10 titles, just in different order. And it had a line about Amnesia. How Amnesia is so scary that it's dangerous for your health. And when I read that, that was the moment when I decided I will play it. Because I had enough. I had enough of how much they want to over exaggerate a horror game. Because I understand that it can be really scary for some. But I also understand that there are horror fanatics who played all of these games and they had just a dandy time. So maybe let's not say that something is dangerous for your health. Oh, great choice. We'll see. We'll see soon. So I actually played this game a long time ago. I do believe on PC. And I will be honest. I went into it with a sort of bias. I'm trying to explain something, Seth, and I can dodge the bricks, but I cannot exactly dodge your finger, and it's a bit, you know, itchy nose. Stop. And they even have an emoticon to show it. That's not me. I'm not a rabbit. Not at all. Even though rabbits can bite. I mean, they have some serious teeth. So when I played this game originally, I, in a way, played it out of spite. I played it to prove that it wasn't as scary as anyone said. Ouch! Yeah, as I said, rabbits can bite. Wow. Those are not love nibbles. No, those teeth are serious business. So, what I found was that as much as it is a good game, it didn't really get me. It couldn't really scare me. Well, there goes the arm, exactly. I'm just not sure if it's a left or a right one. But hey, I still have my nose, so I can mess around with that maybe. With the controller. So, it was a bit unfair towards the game, because I wanted to test if Amnesia could scare me, which is even a higher bar than what most of the articles and people said, that it's really, really scary, because it's not a kind of showing off or my ego talking. Not many games can get me. And I'm actually partially play these games on stream to find something that could get me, and so far I really couldn't find anything. But hey, if you can ever recommend me any game that you think could scare me, go ahead. I'm up for the challenge. So I played the game, but I didn't really pay attention to it. I kind of just ran through it. I think it was like in one day, and it wasn't bad. Again, I have nothing against the developers, the game itself. It's a good game. For me, what I disliked about is kind of the situation that it was put into, but I'm not accusing any of the video makers. They wanted to, you know, ride the wave in a way, and I understand that. or even the articles that write about this, because look, if all the readers of a magazine say that this is a really scary game because they watched people play it, well, then that's the general opinion. It's like a dictionary. A dictionary doesn't write what is the definition of a word. They say what it is used as. There is no good definition of a word. If everyone uses it wrong, that is the right way to use it from that point. That is, in a way, how dictionaries work. That's why they have this kind of research to see how people change the meaning of words. And also I see that with Amnesia, it got a lot of attention. And again, it's a small indie studio. It got more attention on the horror genre of gaming. It probably made them a lot of money, and they could use that to create more ambitious projects like Soma or the later on Amnesia games or anything they worked on. So I'm all happy about that. The one thing that I will possibly never say about the game is how it's the greatest of all time, which actually funny, 10 years later now, there is this trend to call everything the greatest of all time, and someone realized that you can make the acronym GOAT out of it, so everything is GOAT now. And I find that extremely silly, because there is not one greatest of all time in anything. There are multiple. There is not one. I know people really want to have someone as number one or something as number one, but that's not how it works, at least in my opinion. So today I will give it a fair try. I will start with The Dark Descent, the original from 2010. I don't know how the port is, but I didn't hear anything terrible about it, so hopefully it will work. And we'll see what it is like. Give it a fair chance in hindsight, in a way. Know that even though honestly it carved its name into horror history, but the hype is kind of gone. It's been gone for a long time. So I want to really see what it is like. They also can kick well. Oh, rabbits, absolutely. They are little kangaroos in a way. One of my bunnies broke the other's jaw. Bunny's fine by now. Wow, I didn't know that they are so hostile against each other. It's definitely more of a psychological horror, not as much a jump scaring game. I think it's a good mixture of many things. And that's one thing that frictional games is good at. And also, while I was looking into this game a bit on the Wikipedia page, I discovered something interesting. This game, and the Penumbra games before them, they use a custom in-house engine. And that is really, really admirable, in my opinion. Because again, Frictional Games is a small studio. And instead of using something like the Unreal Engine, even though that's more kind of massive and robust to work with, but many game studios, many horror game demos I played over the years, they just used Unity. Instead, they created their own engine. And it's really interesting because it's a really fun physics engine. And it's one of those things that I really loved in Penumbra, that you actually need to open the doors and pull out the drawers, and those little things that they made possible with it really add that charm to these games. Does disturbing count as scary? Again, it's up to personal preference. I always say that horror at least has two categories, the scary and the disgusting. The disturbing would be probably somewhere in between, because both of them can be disturbing. It's up to personal preference. To me, again, I am a monster. I've seen things, I heard things. Something has to be really extreme to get me. But here's the thing. Even though it might not get me, I realize if it's scary or if it's disturbing. So even with games where I just play the game and have no problem with it, I know which sequences would get someone scared. And it's funny because I played a game a long time ago, I won't say its name, but it's one of my favorites actually. And it's really gory, it's really disgusting in a way, it's full of blood and all that, and I know, I read articles about how this is just stomach churning and it's terrible. And I was playing that game, and it was kind of a running joke that whenever I finished playing the game, I was like, I'm sort of hungry now. And I would always eat after it, and I had absolutely no trouble with it. I also watched movies that reported that people had trouble with just stomaching, and I was just sitting and being like, it's kind of okay-ish. The only problem, most of these I couldn't even show on Twitch, so let's not run ahead that much. Male bunnies can fight a lot. Let me guess for the females. Now let's see. Amnesia, the dog descent. This game features auto-saving. When you see this icon, don't turn off your system. Yes, Frictional Games, the lovely logo. Nordic Game Program. Blitworks? I guess that's the company who made the port. I'm not sure. Welcome to Amnesia, the dog descent. Look at that, how nice, they welcome you. What follows is a couple of quick messages on how to get the best possible experience. Alright, let me see. Did you watch the platform? I do believe, if I'm not right, the platform is about a prison with 100 levels and a moving platform in between. I know it. I possibly haven't watched it in its full. I saw tidbits. I know what it's about, what it tries to show. I think it has a second movie, actually. It's messed up, but it didn't really get me. It highlights how easily people can turn on each other because they are in a better situation. Bunnies fight for social ranking, but yes, also for the females. It's always like that. It's always who's the bigger bunny? It's always these arguments between the bunnies, like who has the bigger ears, I guess. Maybe that's the kind of thing that they show off. My ears are bigger than yours, so I am better than you. I can imagine that. Amnesia should not be played to win. No, it should be played to be survived. Instead, focus on immersing yourself in the game's world and story. Well, a story that is, as far as I know, a bit all over the place, so it will be interesting to piece it together. Do not worry about when and how to save during gameplay. The game will take care of that for you. That's good because I always forget to save. When you want to leave the game, just choose save and exit. You can then use continue to return to where you left off next time you start up the game. Now this is clever. So what the developers are trying to do here is to make you forget about the game, the fact that you are playing a game, and instead focus on what is in the game. And you can do that in a few ways. You can try to hide the workings of the game from the player. So for example, here you don't need to save, there's a quick save, don't worry about it. The other thing games do is hide the UI, the user interface, so you are more immersed. Obviously in an FPS game it works much better. So for example, how when Capcom tried and successfully revived or revitalized the Resident Evil series, they changed from the third-person camera to a first-person camera in Resident Evil 7, and it became much more claustrophobic. It became much easier to get yourself immersed in it because it is through the eyes of the character. The world of Amnesia is a dangerous place and you are extremely vulnerable, meaning you are just a human being. Do not try to fight the enemies encountered. Instead, use your wits, hide, or even run if necessary. Ooh, this will be fun. Thank you for the hydrate! The interplay between light and dark is very important to the game, and because of this, it is vital to set up the gamma correctly. Use the slider control below to do so. Adjust it until the square at the right is barely visible. Maybe it's just me, but I do not see any squares. The square at the right. What square? Oh! Oh, okay, so the background is actually not even important. The square is in the little square or rectangle in the center. Good to know. Well, the right one should be barely visible. This will be tricky because honestly, even with the full gamma, it is only barely visible. So I will try to check the stream honestly to see when it's better. It's still visible. What about now? It's still visible. Let's go for 1.6 maybe. It kind of is still visible. Interestingly, my two monitors are slightly different apparently when it comes to the light. My main monitor is much darker apparently. Good to know. It would be funny if they put a jump scare at that setting. That would be actually really clever. After knowing where it is, it's still visible for me. Yes, but that's the thing. Only after you realize where you should be looking for the square. Okay, I will say we go with 1 because that's the default and I mostly play with the default ones. I honestly can't see shit, but that's okay, we will work it out. Also make sure to play in a dark room and wear headphones for the best effect. Now I am always playing in headphones, and I am not blowing out the candles, because if the only light source is my monitor in front of me, my eyes will burn out. He's ancient though. Alright, let's continue. That is all. Hope you enjoy immersing yourself in the world of Amnesia. But thank you, Frictional Games. Let's see what this is about. But before I start, it is time for the Sellout Seconds, a new segment where I try to sell out and make some money. Because you see, I can play this game due to my wonderful supporters who purchased this game for me on my throne. And you can do the same by visiting my throne page and possibly contributing a bit. Also, I will be adding more games there, but don't feel pressured. You can also subscribe if you would like. Actually, it's a great time to gift some subscriptions, because you see there is a discount on Twitch right now for bundled gifts. So what are you waiting for? You can spend all your money. You probably shouldn't do that. Okay, it's enough of the playing around. Actually, I will be adding more games to my throne, but as I always say, do not feel pressured to spend your money on anything. Just being here, lurking in the background, maybe saying a few words in the chat is more than enough support. It's more than I can ever ask for. So, let's start. What are you waiting for? Having more money. That's quite relatable, now that you say. Oh, this is the classic menu, I think. We have options. This is so the classic menu. Okay. Show subtitles, that's good. Show effect subtitles. That's like... what? Like how the character maybe be affected by something, like it says panting or running or screaming or something like that, like closed captions. Show hints, yes. Show death hints. What are death hints? You have to die to get the hints? That's kind of cruel. Show crosshair, thank you. Focus icon style. I have no clue what that is. Commentary, oh, they added commentary, that's nice. Graphics. That's the beauty of consoles. This is all you have for graphics. You have a gamma and that's it. Be happy with it. Input. Invert right stick look. Movement. Oh, the rotation is with the left D-pad. Okay. Throw, run, interact, lean, journal, crouch, jump, lantern, menu, inventory. Wow, they really used every button. Now, I'm not sure how tricky this will be, because in this engine you can hold and rotate items. It's a bit like Repo. Of course, this was much earlier than Repo, but I'm not sure how that will work with a controller. Cheating, yes, hints are cheating. We are not, we don't want to get hints, obviously. Of course I won't. Let's start a new game. I really like the font there. Look, I have no trouble with this, but this is really tiny, so I might need to do some trickery here. Let me try something. I'm not sure if this will work. I'm 100% honest. But the only problem is I honestly cannot see the game. Okay, let me... My apologies for the terrible sound. Right, fixed. So now I can play in full screen. And hopefully not miss half of the chat, because that's on my secondary monitor now. We'll see. So we have a normal mode and a hard mode. The way the game was designed to be played. Okay, I think the hard mode was added later on. Enemies will spot you more easily, tinderboxes and oil are harder to come by, autosave is disabled, and saving your game costs tinderboxes. Losing your sanity will kill you. Thank you, I will be okay with the normal mode. Start a new game? Yes! I wonder what this is, this medallion.
Don't forget, some things mustn't be forgotten. The shadow hunting me. I must hurry. My name is Daniel. I live in London at Mayfair. What have I done? This is crazy. Don't forget. Don't forget. I must stop him. Focus. My name is... I am Daniel.
Okay, what is happening? I think I had a really late night here. Is that wine or blood? Because it's not obvious. Wow. Where are we? Someone should really patch up the roof. A memento has been added to the journal. Make sure to check these whenever you get stuck. Thank you for the hint. Okay, so what is a memento? Follow the liquid trail and find its source. Which liquid trail? Because we have the red liquid, which kinda looks like blood, and then we have this pinkish liquid, which kinda looks like wine. Cheap wine. Is the blood warm or cold? That's a really good question, but I'm not sure. Okay, I can crouch down. Now that I look at those kinda look like flower petals and not blood. So scrap that. I think this is the liquid. I knew I shouldn't drink this much. This is why I don't drink, you see. Because whenever you drink, maybe it's good for the time being, but after it, it's terrible. You feel like garbage, you don't know where you are, you wake up in strange places, you forget your own name. Obviously I will go in the opposite direction, because yes. Well, apparently I will not. That's okay. Bit dark in here, but hey, we have windows. So we should follow the liquid trail. Oh, what's that? Oh, I don't have any of them. So I'm assuming I can't light that candle. That's alright. Wow, it's a really windy place. But really nice windows. Well, it is certainly really dark. That's okay. Oh, what is going on? What's happening? Oh, I really shouldn't have drank this. Cheap wine. Okay, how do I hold? Okay, that sounded big. Is something behind me? No, there's nothing behind me. I don't want to go through here apparently. Alright. Or you should have drunk more. Maybe that's... Oh, wait. I should actually follow the liquid that is here. Come on, David, that's just a wind. Hold down R2 and move the right stick in order to move the door. Press L1 to throw the door open or shut depending on the direction of your face. So I can... Oh, I can throw it! Open or shut. Alright, that... I didn't even know that. So here we can actually see quite decently, I would say. But obviously, if you think the game is too dark, please let me know and I can change the gamma. But I would say that it is dark, but we can make out the most important details and the light sources. What's this? Oh my, look at that. Look around, what are you? I want to pick you up. Tinderbox. Tinderboxes are used to light candles and other light sources in the environment. The current number of tinderboxes is shown in inventory. Oh, I have an inventory, that's lovely, and I have one tinderbox. Used to ignite light sources in the environment, so I'm pretty sure I shouldn't really waste them if not necessary. I have to be honest, this opening and closing doors works better with the controller than I expected. Okay. And here comes the big question. Is it a good or a bad idea to close the doors after you? I kind of have this obsession of closing them because, you know, that's the way you can stop things to get in and also stop yourself from getting out easily, which is actually not a good idea. But one thing really clever in this game, because it's properly dark, given I can't see pretty much anything here, you really are drawn to light, like a moth to a flame, which is clever because that's what people are like. And look at that really simple graphics with the fire, but it looks great. And that's something frictional games kind of excels at. They don't make things super realistic. This wall, this stone wall, kind of looks like it was painted by hand, and yet it holds up no problem. Ah, more wine. When holding an object, press L1 to throw it, press the directional buttons, yes, to rotate and look at it from different angles. Great idea, I should really see what kind of wine this is. Can I... Okay. You have to figure out what I was drinking. It's really dark, I can't really see. I'm already crouching. It kind of has a symbol on it and some writing, but I'm not sure. Let's warm it up. You know, some warm wine is always good. I said warm it up. Okay, that's nice and warm. They say if you drink too much, you should drink a bit more. That helps. But I can't drink this, so that's no good. What was that? Oh wait, this is a wall? Oh no, this is a chair. I really cannot see a bloody thing. This might be problematic. Yes, I think this will be problematic. That's the wall actually. So how can I change the gamma just a bit so I can actually see something maybe? Okay. No, hopefully I can actually see something. Yeah, so here's the chair. My apologies. Lovely. Some kind of flag. My booze. And there's something this way. Oh. Oh, there's a door. Wonderful. It will be really interesting to run around with the enemies when I can't even see the wall. But yeah, I think this is much better. You can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. Again, really clever design because you see parts of the map. Let me get that. Thank you. You see parts of the map that are really obvious, like this door with the light sources or the really big door out there, and you go there instinctively, and that's not where the actual liquid leads you, so you are exploring on your own. And that's kind of clever. I'm just what the heck is going on? My nose is so itchy all of a sudden. It's weird. Oh, it's you again! Leave my nose alone. I'm gonna bite ya. I'm warning you. Okay, let me get this broom. Okay, this seems like a good way to protect myself. If something comes my way, I just hit them over the head with this broom. Like that. Haha. You're not scaring me. I have a broom. Okay. Not sure if the broom will be enough, but let's hope. I'm honestly not sure if something really big is walking the halls of this castle or the entire castle wants to collapse on top of me. Excuse me? Hey, my broom! Ow! I'm holding it! Ah! What is happening? What is happening? I'm gonna smack you. Maybe the true horrors of the game are me booping your nose. No booping my nose. I have a broom. I'm gonna smack you with it. Alright. Come on. Things just opening on their own. Let me put down my broom. It kind of feels like I drank something and then I threw it up all over the castle, like... I understand if you drink this can happen, but... That's a lot of distance. Okay, let's look around here. Still really, really dark, but... Oh, another broom, a backup broom, that's good. Nice. Painting. More nice paintings. The nice thing about this is you see the items you can pick up quite clearly with this bluish outline. What? What seems to be the trouble? I'm just walking around. My vision is all blurry. I'm telling you, this is just being drunk. Drunk simulator right here. Alright, let me open this. Was that Daniel or someone else? Let me see if I can hide in here. Ow. Ow. Perfection. No one will ever notice me here. No one. I mean, look at it. How would they? Ow. Okay. Maybe find a better hiding spot. And you have a break. Yeah, you do. Maybe the character is just tall with bad vision. You're trying to say that the character is just based on me? I still have a broom. Nothing bad can happen. Okay, so I should go down there, but obviously I will go this way because one, it opened up on its own. And second of all, you see all the pretty lights inside. And I mentioned during my original Doom playthrough that it is actually a known game design kind of trick that if you have multiple buttons or doors or anything, a doorway, something the player has to approach or can interact with, if you light it up nicely, there is a higher chance that the players will go there. There's also a higher chance that they will explore one level. So for example, I would explore this room first and then go to the next level, in this case down. And it's also true to a certain degree that most people, when they are playing a game, they prefer to choose the right option. So meaning there's a left door, there's a right door, they will go in the right one. Obviously these are kind of subjective, but most of the time they work. Alright, is there anything here? That was just the broom hitting the wall, that hurt. What was that? I have a broom! Beware, when standing in darkness, your sanity will slowly drain. Turn on lights in the environment using tinderboxes or search for other sources of light. Well, it would be lovely to light something with the tinderboxes if I could fucking see them. Wrong button. Okay, so it's just the use. Okay, let's see what's here. Lovely. Lovely picture. A guy with a violin. And a guy with cows. Fascinating. So this is a main mechanic of this game, that the character can go insane. They have a sanity meter. And that is something I don't necessarily like in many games. I'm curious how this game balanced it, because sometimes it can be really annoying. Now, with my sanity, let me see, I have a slight headache, because if you're going insane, you get a slight headache. That's why I've been having it for more than a decade, obviously. We'll see how this works out exactly. But indeed, we should stick to the light. I take the left door because of that, though. That is fair enough. Sometimes the gamer logic dictates that you kind of go against the established rules. So for example, what I did just at the beginning, when you start a game, you would naturally go forward towards where the character is facing. And what I do, because there is this collecting kind of mentality of gamers, I turn around and look at what's behind me, because that's a prime spot for hiding something. So yes, in many cases, players will do the exact opposite, just to annoy the developers. Okay. So that's a stone, I guess from the ceiling. That's a pillar, hopefully not missing from anywhere, you know. I should be scared by some enemies here, I guess, but what is scarier is most likely just something falling on my head. Also, I crawled underneath the staircase, don't ask me why. I had to check, take down the cobwebs now that I have my broom. Oh, come on. You know, this would be a prime spot for hiding things as well, but there's nothing here. A bit almost disappointing. Okay, let's open this. Old archives. Oh no, give me my broom back! The door slammed shut behind him, and he knew he would never again see the old tailor at Berkeley Square. Another lone soul in London. Because we are from London, right? We are Daniel from London. That's all we know. We can go back to the rainy hall, that's good. And we actually have torches. Can't I just take the torch? You know, would be logical. Ah, a book. Well, I can't read the title, but from the word, or rather the letters, I would say it's in German. Not sure what it is, but who would throw a book at nothing? Witnessing unsettling events will reduce your sanity. It can be increased by completing puzzles and making progress. So if I succeed at something, I feel happy. Oh, that's no good. I have to put down the book somewhere where it won't get wet. Okay, dear book. Right there you go. What? Those are just... I wanted to say rats, but those didn't look like rats. Okay, calm down. Calm down, you see, there's the light up there. No trouble. It's okay, Daniel. You just started the fucking game. I don't have my broom. I understand you don't have your emotional support broom. That's not so terrible. Actually, this is the way I should explore. So let's explore. Everything is just thrown around. What happened here? Oh, boxes. Is there something behind the boxes? Not a thing. Wonderful. Anything here? Another box. So as you can see, there's some lovely graphics with the water falling and all the physics. I absolutely love that. And apparently this is the way I should be going. Okay, you see? Light. No, calm down. So that's the way I should be going, so obviously I won't be going that way. Yes, that's called the wind, a gust of wind. Yeah, that's okay. But this is not really okay. I don't know how this collapsed, but I don't want to be under all those rocks. Okay, let's close this door. Wait, where's the door? Okay. Okay. Oh, well, there's a big hole in the roof that would explain why all the wind, right? Maybe it's a really windy day, that's all. Calm down, Daniel. Oh, look at that. Lovely little box. Maybe we can hide in this. Nah, doesn't fit. Okay, nothing here. Oh, what's this? You have picked up the lantern. When filled with oil, it can be turned on by pressing square or selecting it in the inventory. Oh, apparently there is oil in it? How do I check the oil in the lantern? Here? Oil, used to keep the lantern flame alive. No, that's nice. That's nice writing. It doesn't keep the lantern flame or the lantern alight. It keeps the flame alive. So what they do, they take a concept or an item, in this case the flame, and they give it a personality, and they talk about it like it's a living thing. And also really nice detail, the little bubbles in the graphics of the oil. When it runs out, the lantern can no longer be used. Well, it can be used, it's just not really useful. Okay. So, if I'm correct, then what I did, or rather Daniel did, he drank this concoction, this cheap wine, and went upwards, and now we are doubling back here. You are too tall for the box. I'm not sure why, but it feels like you are explaining a whole lot of things happening because I am too tall. I don't want to lit up the torches too much because I don't know how many tinder boxes I have. It's okay, it's just an earthquake, it happens. You are in an ancient castle, and yes, it's a bit rickety and maybe it falls on your head, but if it survived for this long, it can be that terrible. So calm down, Daniel, it's okay. Nah, what do we have here? Nothing. Books. Ooh, wait, those are... That's actually a book, but those are just rolled up papers. And if I saw it correctly, yes, indeed, a tinderbox hidden here. Nice detail, nice. Most of the items are kind of repeating, but that's okay. I don't have a problem with that, actually. I don't mind that they reuse the same assets. And that might be because they made really generic assets in a way. So these boxes can fit in the environment wherever they want. And you can see you can build little things out of them. And I think you can even open this. Yes, look at that, that's lovely. Now it's a bit silly how the steam or the smoke is going through the top of this rather than the chimney, but that shows the charm of it for me, that it's a game, that it was put together by a developer team, and it's lovely. Look at that little fire, it's so nice. It's comforting. Now another thing that I just noticed, you can hold the environmental pieces and either use the right analog stick to move it, or you can just walk and move them with you. So you can use your own body in a way to push things, and also it will follow your movement. But for now, I need my emotional support broom back. Climbing on a box to reach somewhere. Now you know how short people feel. Excuse me? Excuse me? You know, the gusts of wind, that was okay. The earthquakes, kind of okay. But This is starting to get paranormal. What is happening here? What is happening here? Oh goodness. Let's make a screenshot of that. Oh, welcome in. How are you doing? And please do tell how to pronounce your name, because I only wrote it in chat so far and I actually have no clue. I don't want to butcher your name. Well, we have our emotional support broom. Come on. Obviously it's opening the other way around. Alrighty. Haha. I can keep everything nice and far away. Hyacinth? Or hyacinth? Most people just call me Haya. Or Hia, I guess. Haya. How tall are you? Oh no, don't start it. Okay, Haya, before you fall into this trap. You already fell into this trap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You face the consequences of it on your own. Yes, there's your welcome gift from Seth. Get used to it. They have plenty of bricks. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining my chat for the first time. It's so nice of you. What's this? The lantern drains oil when it is turned on. To add more oil to the lantern, press X over the oil item in the inventory so we don't use it up. Oh, fuel for lantern. Nice. Can I pick up the candle? Obviously I can't. Slight problem is that I can't see anything, mostly. But when we get closer to something in the dark, we can see a bit more with a bluish tint, which is really clever. It mimics how people's eye can get used to the darkness. Well, this is the end of the cheap wine. I'm good, just resting after having breakfast before I get to work. Oh, well, good morning to you in that case, and thank you so much for joining. I hope you will have a wonderful day and get a lot of work done.
19th of August, 1839. I wish I could ask how much you remember. I don't know if there will be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. I can't tell you why, but know this. I choose to forget. Try to find comfort and strength in that fact. There is a purpose. You are my final effort to put things right. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum, find Alexander, and kill him. His body is old and weak, and yours, young and strong. He will be no match for you. One last thing. A shadow is following you. It's a living nightmare, breaking down reality. I have tried everything, and there is no way to fight back. You need to escape it as long as you can. Redeem us both, Daniel. Descend into the darkness where Alexander waits and murder him. Your former self, Daniel.
But isn't that lovely? So we drank this concoction, and before that we wrote a letter to our future self telling us that, hey, things are really bad, so I will drink this to forget all about the bad things. We will hopefully learn why that is. And now you need to go down into the darkness, find a guy whom you don't even remember, kill him, and also, P.S., there's a shadow following you that probably wants to kill you, so do it quickly, like. Great. Ah. Not the shadow following you. In a way, yes. Every shadow is following us. What if my body is young and weak? I guess then you're screwed in Amnesia, maybe. Does your shadow not follow you? Unfortunately, no. Wow. Drink this to forget all the bad things. Is it bubble tea? Maybe from the color it is, but the thing is, I'm not sure why it is good for us not to remember. So that's one of the mysteries of the game that I need to figure out. The one part of this game that I'm not too thrilled about is the fact that we kind of have to go fast. Hold down R2 and move the right stick in the direction you want to move the lever. Okay, we did something. Ooh. So that is because I have the lantern and the oil will run out, so I can't just stand in one place and do nothing. Oh no! No! Wait, what the heck? What are these? What are you? Giant bugs? I'm gonna smack you. I can smack you. Okay, entrance hall. I guess we are leaving behind the emotional broom once again. Traveling to Dover meant going through Canterbury. He made sure to pay a visit to avoid the sense of guilt connected with neglect of family. Okay. To run, hold down L2 while moving. Maybe you found out about a surprise party for you and then forgot on purpose to be surprised when the party happens. Oh, now that explains it. You see, that's a nice thing. And in mystery games like these... Oh, this is a nice place, actually, it's nicely lit. In mystery games like this, what is really...
Alexander, is it inside the castle?
In a manner of speaking. Come, bring the lamp. You've been to the refinery, have you not?
I don't believe I have. Is it connected to the... what did you call it?
The inner sanctum. My most precious chamber, Daniel. And it lies well beyond the refinery. In fact, it lies beneath the very stone of Brennenburg.
Okay, so this is the Alexander we need to kill, I assume. So what is fascinating about these kind of mystery games is how you write it, because you need to give something to the players, some tidbits. So, for example, here that there is this Alexander, we need to kill him because some reason that we don't know, but we also wanted to forget about things, again for reasons we don't know. And throughout the game, through hints and bits and pieces of information, we put together what is the story behind it all. And the entire game in a way builds towards a payoff when you finally understand the story. So this is really interesting in that way. No. Here it was mentioned that there's a refinery. So I guess that's one place where we can go. And also the inner sanctum, which we heard about from our own letter to ourselves. That is where we have to go. So Alexander said that it's the most important chamber to him, so that is where he is, I assume, or where he stays. And the letter also mentioned that Alexander is old and Daniel is young. Now the only problem is I'm old, so it's a bit odd. It's out of character for me to play as Daniel. Oh, oil! Thank you. I'm not sure why I'm so happy about the oil, but I am. Also, I'm not sure why I can't close this. Okay, I can. Oh, get yourself cozy. Look at that amazing emoticon. And you drew it yourself. I was expecting that exactly. Yeah. Haya is actually a brilliant artist, to all those who might not know. So, if you ever need to commission something, you might want to check out their work. And obviously, their channel on Twitch. Thank you, you deserve it. I watched you draw on stream and it's amazing. Feeling cozy. You see, that's the kind of vibe I'm going for. Cozy and terrifying, because Amnesia can be cozy. I mean, look at this place. It's really nice in my opinion. Yeah, the bugs on the floor. It's kind of just part of the appeal. Come on, stop sissing around here. Bunch of books. This is a great place. Honestly, I would just want to probably light a candle somewhere, sit down, read a book. Ooh, oil. Big gate. I guess this is the main entrance. Okay, I have a feeling that the door doesn't want us to go through it, or rather the castle doesn't want us to leave it. Yeah, exactly. Cozy and terrifying, that's what I like. Horror games can be extremely cozy. If you're not scared of them, that is. Okay, so we are not leaving. And this is one of those things that I always mention being... I was talking, thank you. I will help you, I guess, later or sooner. So it's really important. It won't budge, well, no surprise. When you are writing a horror story or a game or anything like that, that you have to explain why the character is where they are, and also, most importantly, why they are staying there. And that's why many horror stories and games, they take place in isolated areas, because imagine that there is, let's say, a hotel, right? The good old story, there's a hotel, there are guests, someone gets killed, and then they have to figure out who is the murderer. Now, normally, the reaction to that would be, if you're there, most likely you would want to leave. So, the writer has to come up with some sort of realistic reason why you can't do that. You have to trap the characters. And that's why Penumbra actually takes place, I do believe, on the South or the North Pole in a bunker. So you can't go out because you would freeze. In many games, in many movies, what they do, yes, there is a hotel, but it's on an island maybe. So you can't leave it. Or like the Murder on the Orient Express, it's on a train, it's a closed place, you can't leave. And that's important, because the moment the viewer or the player questions, why are we here? Why am I not leaving? If the answer is because that's how it's written and the characters are stupid, you no longer relate to the characters. And that's even more important in a game. Because in a movie, if you think that the characters are stupid, you don't cheer for them, you don't root for them to survive. If you think that the player character in a game is stupid, then there is a disconnect between the game and you. And that's not really good. So in this case, what they did was including this flashy whatever on the wall, on the door rather, that keeps us from leaving. No, that's not bad in itself, really nice cobweb. However, they will have to explain what that is. So later or sooner we have to find some sort of explanation. Oh, archives. This is a big place. Because many times, if the writing is lousy, they will come up with something but not explain it in detail, and that's a big mistake. Is there something written here? Wine cellar and laboratory, and I think these are written in Latin. That's interesting. Now I'm actually curious, because yes, we have the sanity meter, but again, why I don't necessarily like the sanity meter idea in games is because that right away creates the disconnect that I talked about. Yeah, good writing can get you a long way, yes, and it's really important for the horror genre. So with the sanity meter, the problem is this. If there is something that happens, let's say that there's a jump scare, and the game will lower the character's sanity. So in a way, it punishes the player. Now, if you, the player, didn't get scared of that same thing, then there's a problem. There's a disconnect because the character, through this system, got scared, but you didn't. And that will make you feel like the character is a scaredy cat. That's kind of who I am, and that's why I say, Daniel, come on. Just try to keep yourself together, it's okay. Because as long as the player themselves are not scared, it doesn't really work. And that's why I keep it a bit annoying that you have to kind of micromanage the sanity of the player. Or not the player, the playable character. And health is a different thing because there's obviously a disconnect there. You don't get hurt when you play the game. But with the sanity system, it's a tricky thing because it can get annoying. It can be interesting as well, but it's a fine line. And many games overdo it because they want to hide certain things through the sanity system. Now, what happens if I still want to leave, actually? Nothing. Apparently just grew shot, which is not a sentence you say often. Well, okay. Well, where do I have to go is the question. We have some of the pedals here, so I would assume I have to go down there. But I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Refinery. Yeah, do I have to go to the refinery? That's a good idea. No mementos are available. Wonderful. Diaries? No diaries. Notes? That's my own note. Yes, that won't help. So we are a tad bit lost about what we have to do. We had this flashback that they are going to the refinery, but I also heard some screams coming from here. And obviously we want to help poor lost soul here. obviously. Here's the laboratory. And here's the wine cellar. That's a good question, where we have to go. I would say my feeling is that the game will stop me from going where I shouldn't go. And my feeling about this is that I have to go to the refinery, especially because here the game shows you the hand, meaning that we won't load into a new level. I know that's a bit thinking about how the game is built, but I don't want to miss things. Obviously check the corners for anything good. No, I'm actually curious. What did you write about this? Please tell me. Some sort of organic tissue blocks the path to the refinery. Can it be dissolved? I'm not sure, Daniel, why, but I think most people would just try to cut it and not dissolve it, but maybe I'm just silly. It is tough and pliant. It can be torn by hand or tools. Alright, well, apparently at least the developers addressed that question. It cannot be torn by tools. So we have to find a place where we can get it dissolved. Laboratory, I'm assuming. That's where you find chemicals, so let's go there. Maybe that's where the lady's voice came from. The other children cheered him on, his name voiced in a steadily rising pace, urging him to do it. Am I really doing this? The young boy thought and struck his victim with a rock. That was a nice line, just going from something innocent to something twisted. Okay, well, first of all, let me light this because, you know, insanity and all that. So this is the laboratory. What kind of laboratory? Is it a... What was that? Oh, that's just caved in, come on. Okay. Are those spider webs? That's a lot of spiders, or one really big spider. So maybe let's not go that way. Okay. Now let's try to quickly look around once again, trying to not waste the oil. Yes, it will be a reoccurring thing that I try to save on the resources. And there's a really good well, not a really good reason, I'm just paranoid about it a bit. I don't want to get myself in a really sticky situation. But there's a good chance that I will finish this game with a bunch of tinder boxes and oil left, like I mostly do with every game. But hey. Excuse me, what? Wait, what just happened? Those bugs! They are not moving on the environment, they are moving on the screen. That is clever. I first thought it was a bug and the door was just not rendered and the bugs were moving on the door, but now I noticed that they were also climbing and crawling around on the arm of the character, so they are on the screen. It's breaking the fourth wall in a really clever way, making the player themselves question things a bit. That's clever. That's not necessarily making the player paranoid, but make them question things a bit. It's that taste of insanity that they get. Really clever, nice job. There is no oil left in the lantern. You need to fill an oil potion and use it to... find an oil potion and use it to make the lantern work again. Well, I do have 4 of those, so let's see how much oil we get from one. Not a lot. Not a lot, let me say that. Okay, is there anything here? Not a thing, okay. Okay, let's light this. And let's look around. Oh, that's not that kind of box. Tinder box. Yeah, this will not work without the lantern, sorry. Don't worry, I'm just looking around. Ooh, nice box. Sorry, I'm just being a tad bit kleptomaniac over here. No worries about me. Yes.
There should be more coop racks. Let me see. And one part aquaforce.
Okay, so we will have to make some sort of concoction. I can already see that. Okay, can I find another lantern somewhere? Because I can't see anything. So we have some chemicals here. This... What? Trying to understand something. Also, what's the point of having a wall like this that is not even fully there? Can I light this? That's not how you light one of these. You don't just throw in a tinderbox and hope for it to work. What is happening? Oh wait, I know what's happening. I'm going insane. Problem solved. Calm down. There's nothing here. That's probably just a fish. A big fish. Let's not stand on this. Just for our safety. You know, out of caution. Nothing to worry about here. And again, what shows that the game is good is the fact that really, if you think about it, we haven't seen anything that is really out of the ordinary. No monsters, no nothing. We are not necessarily in danger. We are just walking around here. Chemical relocation. Because obviously they can't just be here. The lack of a chimney to properly vent the fumes from my most recent experiments has taken its toll on many of my less stable ingredients in storage. Some seem unaffected, but many are stained by the fumes and will be difficult to salvage. I shall do what I can and move them to the wine cellar. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to keep your chemicals in the wine cellar, but okay. Fine. Alright, what's this? That's the wrong button. Early alchemy experiment. Alright, so here's what we have to do. This will be fun. This is my third attempt to produce artificial VT? I'm not sure. The former compounds lack the potency I need, but I sense I'm close. Calamine and orpiment are a given, and the cuprite binds them well. No, I'm just trying to come up with the pronunciation here. I have absolutely no idea. This time I will attempt Aqua Regia instead of Aqua Fortis, and hope it will produce a more even solution. The experiment was unsuccessful. The solution is highly acidic, and proves impractical to put to any use except as a detergent. Organic tissue reacts especially violently to the solution and should be handled with the greatest care. I might be able to use the recipe, but I'm losing hope that I will find an alchemic solution to my predicament. So we need 4 things. And we have none of them. Good. What's this? Chemistry pot. What? I always check if someone is, you know, walking out there, but I don't know what I'm really expecting, because if someone is walking out there, I'm screwed. Well, I have a chair, I guess. Defend myself with that. What are you? One day I will return. If it wasn't for the thought of you, my love, I wouldn't be able to go on. When I find myself doing terrible things, I take comfort in you. As long as I am able to think of you and long for a life together, I know I'm better than the others. I weep for them. They lust for power without restraint, where I only crave fair judgment and a safe return. Who says that? That's the question. Okay, no idea what that was. That's okay. Nothing. Huh. And what nice physics. You see how it's sliding around in the drawer. Okay, we have plenty of tinder boxes. That's a good thing. Let's put this back. Don't want to be rude. Okay, so... oh, here's a candle holder. Oh, what's that? Oil, my favorite. So... the note said that some of the chemicals are unaffected. So can I find anything useful here? What's this? Okay, that won't be really useful. I don't think that any of this will be useful to us, which is concerning. Well, that's okay. Go back. Yes, yes, whispers, whispers, yes. Freaking place is gossiping. A fragrant taste of rose lingered in his mouth. Turkish delights, he thought, just like the ones at the consulate in Constantinople. Well, let's look around just for our safety. Yeah, still mugged up. Well, that's okay, we just have to go into the wine cellar and get the ingredients. Simple enough. I have a feeling I will not be lighting that. Yeah, would be a bit difficult. Well, into the wine cellar we go. No, we don't. It's locked and it will not open without a key. Well, that's wonderful. And where should I find the key? That's the question. That's the wrong button. Which button was it again? Alright. Find a key for the wine cellar. Thank you for the help. Evidence in the laboratory has revealed that combining 4 chemicals can create a powerful acid. Yes, I made it that far. Chemical ingredients have been moved from the laboratory to the wine cellar. Great. Some sort of organic tissue blocks the path to the refinery. Can it be dissolved? That didn't help me much. So, here's the situation so far. We can't go out the main door because it's mugged up. We have to get to the refinery, but to get to the refinery we have to acid our way through whatever is there. So we have to go to the laboratory to create it, but the chemicals were moved from the laboratory to the wine cellar, but the wine cellar is closed. And I guess I should figure out how to deal with that. I can't go this way because it's boarded up. I can't go this way because it's caved in. What's here? Archives. But I can either go through that door or down here. Can I get that, please? Please? Thank you. It won't budge. What a surprise. Okay, not through here. Then through here. We're going to the archives. He fell to the kitchen floor. Tears were beginning to well in his eyes as he received the first kick in his stomach. Hazel remained hidden, in fear she too would be punished. I'm curious what these are about and why is the rose so important? It's even in the cover art, but I have no idea what it means. Rare books. So these are the common ones? Catalogs. Okay. But I guess we go one by one. Let's see the rare books. There are a few too many holes in these roofs for my liking, but maybe that's just me. It's a lovely part of this game, trying to open every single drawer and cabinet and then closing it. I guess there are two kind of players in these games. The ones who actually close all of them and those who just leave everything like a burglar. Okay, let's see what this is.
May 1839. The unflinching African sun has continued to plague our expedition, making it impossible to dig until dusk. How Professor Herbert managed to find the location in these vast plains of nothingness remains a mystery to me. When I asked him about the tomb again, he told me about the legend of Tin Hanan, the mother of us all. An interesting story in its own right, but I can't help feeling there's more. Later that evening, we uncovered a passage beneath the dunes leading to a sand-covered stone structure. The professor was confident it was the tomb we sought and ordered the others to clear the way late into the dark, cold night. Tomorrow, I shall lead the men into the ancient structure, hoping to reach the burial chamber. No matter what the professor is keeping from me, the dig should yield something interesting to take back to London and the British Museum.
So apparently Daniel is some sort of archaeologist, historian, and he, well, either led or was part of some kind of digging around in Algeria, an expedition. Okay. Why is it so dark in here? Thank you. Stop it. Trying to work here. Everything is a mess. Look at this place. Come on. This is why, if you want to get something done, you have to do it yourself. Look at this place. Oh, what's this? Wilhelm's contract. I hereby offer my full attention and services to Alexander, Baron of Brennenburg. So Alexander is the old guy we heard about, and Brennenburg is, I guess, where we are. Because he said that the inner sanctum is under the very stone of Brennenburg, I think. This contract will reign for a total of 3 years when my freedom shall return to me. In addition, Alexander, Baron of Brennenburg, is to recommend my services at the Prussian royal court and within the sanctum of the Order of the Black Eagle. May no man break this seal. Wilhelm, House of Garrick. Or Garish? Okay, so someone, I assume, for this recommendation offered or was forced into a contract to give their freedom to Alexander. That's a bad idea. I'm back. I went grocery shopping. Oh, that's wonderful. What did you get? It's too warm outside. I'm blaming you. Well, thank you. Thank you. Now that's on me as well. It's too warm outside. Always blaming the tall ones. Okay, so we have to figure out who this Wilhelm is. Come on. Mostly more coal and some food. That's good. Well, not the cola part. That's not really healthy, but... Come on. I can hear you sneaking around there. Oh, more tinder boxes. So about the graphics of this game, it's really interesting because they don't look realistic. I mean, you can pretty much count the polygons in some places, like the edges of this desk and the drawers. But they are nice, and they are somehow simple yet realistic enough to work. It's really, really interesting. They are not super realistic, but they have their own charm and style. Let me see. Well, I'm sure I could hide behind you from the sun. I'm really quite thin. I don't think so. You are also closer to the sky, so I'm sure you could change the weather if you wanted. Nah, that's not how it works. I'm sorry. Nah. I can't just reach up to the sun and just turn it off. Nah. Okay, so we check these two. Now we check these. This is the catalog again. Going insane again. Okay, look at the light. I think if you look at bright places, your sanity kind of returns. I don't know what kind of study, what kind of animal Daniel is, but I feel like some sort of a moth just staring at the light, being like, ah, that's the stuff. What was that? That was not the hinge of the door, that's for sure. I can't light it. I can light it. That's cool. Yeah, I wasted one on this, but this is so cool. That's a nice detail. Well, did you try? No, actually, I never tried turning the sun off. That's true. But then again, I'm still stuck in my realm, and in my realm, it's always night. So that makes it pretty difficult. Going insane again, relatable, yes, yes, yes. I mean, I lost my, well, most of my sanity a long time ago, so it's pretty relatable to me. Books. I love this place, there's so many books. Oh, give me that. and read this.
17th of May, 1839. My hands tremble as I write. I feel a need to document my tribulation, for I fear that my memory will fail me if I linger. Today, I took some men and ventured into the dark, ancient passage we uncovered. Our torches burned faintly in the murky air as we slowly made our way underground. The men were superstitious and fearful. They argued loudly, and I felt their strange language getting to me. I mustered my strength and yelled at them to continue down the slopes and broken steps. The crudely carved passage confused me. It looked much older than the 4th century structure we had expected. The twisting path emerged into a great antechamber. The walls were lined with statues unlike any I'd ever seen. Despite their unearthly quality, I felt a strange familiarity toward them, which haunts me still. At the far end of the chamber, a great slab of stone sealed off whatever lay ahead. I gave the order to raise it, and as I pushed through the narrow space, the heavy stone suddenly dropped, sealing me inside. I was trapped.
I have to be honest, I never really read real diaries from expeditioners, but this is written really nicely. It's almost written like a book, and quite in a dramatic fashion, like how I was trapped. If I would think if you are in that situation, you are not really writing these really elaborate sentences. Then again, obviously he survived, because first of all, this is the diary 2 out of 3, and this is the same Daniel, I assume, that we are playing as. But still, if he wrote this after that day of the expedition, it's really nicely written. And hey, he is obviously a well-educated person, so that shows. That's a great painting. Obviously, opening to the other side. Okay. What's this? Oh, that's an interesting lantern. I like it. I looked around a lot and I picked up a lot of timber boxes. I'm not sure if I should waste them all on these things, but then again, I want to see what kind of light sources we have. Ooh. Now this is one of those questions. Why don't we just break this window and go out? Because I understand, yes, the main gate is sealed, but we have plenty of windows, and through this we can actually see, so that's where it's a bit questionable why we are doing this, because at this point all we know as Daniel is that we think we are Daniel. We found a random note from interior ourselves, and we want us to kill someone, and there is this weird thing growing around the place. There are weird sounds. The ground is shaking, so far it's not that terribly scary for the character themselves, other than being in the dark. But I'm slightly questioning why is he still content with being here and not just trying to leave, or at least figure out where he is. And that is a ginormous painting. Maybe he's scared of heights. Yes, maybe he has vertigo. I'm sorry, I won't be scared of a piano, okay? Not happening. I can't play on the piano, however, which is a shame. People named Daniel are usually questionable. Good to know. I didn't know you had anything against people called Daniel, but apparently you do. So Daniels and tall people. What if someone is tall and called Daniel? These paintings, however, are lovely. The more you know. Yes, we learn about stuff every day. What was that? And the French language. What? Alright, nothing outside. That would be too questionable. I can't do anything with this. What is this? Is that an apple? I have a rotten apple. Let's put it here. No. There, we have a rotten apple. I think I can light it, but I don't need to. What's this? It's a brick. Maybe a brick fell from somewhere. What is all this? What is this staining? Is it just the fireplace? A tall French man named Daniel just has way too many red flags. Okay, well, let's see. I am tall, I can speak French, and I'm not called Daniel. So am I okay? That's like 2 green flags and 1 red. I'm not sure what happened here, but there are many holes in the ceilings, and that's questionable. Okay, so we have 2 doors, right? A really nice place. Okay, let's light this so we don't waste all of our lantern oil. It's interesting to me. It just feels more natural to move with the item I want to want to interact with, rather than just using the right stick and moving it. Don't worry, Daniel. Look outside. You see, it's really nice outside. It's probably a bit cold. It's really nice. And also, one thing that I love in this engine, the light. It's really interesting. Somehow it's really unique. You can see that it kind of blurs the wooden pieces in the window as the light comes in, and there are these little specks flying in the light, and that's a really nice detail. And I loved how the light looked in Penumbra, and this is pretty similar. I think it's not the exact same engine. This is the second version of the engine they use. I think it's called HPL, but it's really nice. Okay, let's light something on fire. Thank you. Now we can look around. So we have some oil. That's nice. Come on. I understand that I'm here to murder someone, but, you know, have the common decency and not... As I said, have the common decency and not mess up with everything. How do I move you like that? Good. Yeah, that's the most important. Oh, what is this sound? It's freaking bugs. Another piano. Nice. More rocks. I'm not even sure where all these rocks are falling from. That looks like a map. Not that I can do much with it. More maps. Okay. Lots of maps. Maps! Well, that okay. 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 Understood. Well, apparently we are not going back. Okay. That's fine. You know, it's quite concerning that the place is falling apart around us. Yeah, now? Can I light that? No, I can't. It's also a bit concerning that everything is covered in spider webs. A concerning amount of spider webs. Kingdom of Prussia. Central Prussia. Okay. Are we there? I don't really think. Brennenburg kind of sounds different, but maybe I'm wrong. Well, thank you for that. Greatly appreciated. Nothing here. Really nice noise with the metal there. Okay, what did we find? A headache! We found a headache! Ow!
17th of May, 1839. After pounding the unforgiving stone wall for what seemed like an eternity, I realized it was hopeless. I was trapped. I fell to the ground, gasping for air, trying to focus. That's when I saw a faint blue shimmer. My weakened body was heavy to carry, but I managed to push myself toward the enchanting light.
So this is what happened back at the time of the writing of those notes. And actually I'm playing now.
It was waiting for me. Enclosed in dark nothingness, I felt myself drawn to the mystic light.
It's pretty. I'm telling you, Daniel is some kind of a moth. It's anything that glows. Should I touch the glowing orb? But I have to bring it back to Britain.
I reached out, closing it in my hands. The faint glow escaped my fingers and began to spark brightly and spirit me away, unlocking alien memories of spiraling towers, endless deserts, and impossible geometry. The next thing I can remember is the grating sound of stone being lifted, the voices of the Arabs pulling me to safety, and grasped firmly in my hands was the broken pieces of a most peculiar relic.
Are you kidding me? You just touched it and you broke it already? It was an artifact. What the heck? Thank you for the hydrate schmoozer. Lick the glowing thing. But it broke. I don't want to cut my tongue. That's painful. So this is interesting because, well, my first concern is that I don't know how I can go back to where I was. And I don't want to miss anything. The other concern I have is we found 2 diary entries, right? But apparently we found the 3rd one. So this was the 3rd one. The piece of paper that I picked up. But instead of just reading it aloud, what the game did, what the developers did, they made a little cutscene out of it, and you actually have to take a few steps as you read through the note and find the relic. That's clever. That's nice. It kind of mixes it up a bit. Floor plans. Okay. Anyone home? No. Now this is where I feel nice. Look at all those books. Books for days.
Much of the castle is old and hasn't been tended to for centuries. When the shadow arrives, it won't take long until things start falling apart.
Noticed.
It's fine time anyway. Let's do what we can.
There isn't much to be done about the wars. We should reinforce weak structures. The ground will tremble and there's a risk everything will cave in on us, especially downstairs. Here, and there. Let's get the servants working on it.
Now this is interesting because based on the little scraps of conversations we hear, it seems like Daniel and Alexander work together. Thank you for the lurk, Schmoozer. Whatever you're doing, I hope it is wonderful. So this is interesting because that means that Daniel wrote to himself, his future self, that there is a shadow following him, which is well, actually quite normal during the daytime. At night, not so much. But here Alexander mentioned that the shadow would arrive. So it wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when. And Daniel said that they are just buying time. And there are servants, so there are some people or whatever creatures here living, I guess not the bugs. And they were ordered to reinforce the structure of the castle in order to keep it from just collapsing when the shadow arrives and things start to happen. So apparently the castle is in this condition because it hasn't been tended to for a while, and the shadow is destroying it through these earthquakes, which is interesting. But that raises the question, if Daniel worked with Alexander, and here through this dialogue it kind of sounds like that Alexander is trying to help Daniel to a certain degree. I'm sure he has his own motivation to do that. But then why did Daniel decide during this concoction and turn against Alexander? Western Hall, East Wing. I can take these. Okay. So this is interesting. So maybe, and this is just an idea, I'm really not sure, but maybe what is happening here is Daniel said that the shadow is after him. I'm not sure if the shadow is after him, the place, or Alexander. But if it's after him and he's getting help from Alexander to do something, because they said they are trying to buy time, so they are trying to do something, and achieving that might help with the shadow, I'm guessing. Or after that, the shadow doesn't matter anymore. I'm not sure what they are trying to achieve here, but maybe why Daniel wanted to forget about the details is, and this sounds silly, the fact that Alexander to a certain degree was trying to help him, and Daniel couldn't just kill him because he felt maybe guilty or somehow emotionally unable to do such. And so he drank this concoction to forget all the details and only write down the most important information to the future Daniel, and that is to kill Alexander. All the pieces and bits of information, what they were doing, who Alexander is, and why even Daniel is here, those are left out of the equation to make it less difficult for himself to do this task. Now that obviously doesn't mean that I'm right, but I heard a piano playing. Those two sentences had nothing to do with each other, but they are kind of true in themselves. What did you learn about now? Must find a new way out of this area. Daniel, you are a fucking genius sometimes. You don't say. What happened with this chair? Excuse me? This cherry is just halfway through the ground. What is happening here? I'm telling you, some paranormal shit is happening. Okay. Also, really nice. So nice, the light here. I love it. How the rays of the sunlight shine through the window. Absolutely love it. What's that? Can't see anything. What do I stand up on here? Well, whatever. Fragile but not breakable by hand. Okay, so I need something else to break it with. What can I use? I don't have my emotional support broom. Window would be a bit too big. This dresser would be a bit too big. What's this? Oh, it's an armor, a helmet of a knight's armor. I'm not sure where the rest of the knight is, but they always say to use your head. So let's try to use our head. Come on, knight. Okay, maybe try to throw it. Wow! This really worked! It is good to use your head. Thank you so much, Sir Toughhead. That will be your name. Sir Toughhead is coming with us. Exploring everything.
You have to be swift when you activate the first one. You hear that? If it stops, you'll have to start over.
Isn't all this a bit excessive?
You can never be too careful, Daniel.
Daniel, in these memories, Daniel sounds a bit young, a bit naive, and Alexander seems to be quite old, based on the way he talks, also the tone. But I mean, people can have deep voices, obviously. Anything here? What's here? Another book. Oh, a note and nothing. Can I get that note from the side? Sir Toughhead, I have a new mission for you. You have to free the prisoned notebook page. Go, Sir Toughhead. Thank you, Sir Toughhead. Local folklore, that's always fun. I love learning about folklore. There are so many cool details in them. Ostend and Brennenburg Castle, 1801. I'm not sure when this game takes place. I could check based on the letter we wrote to ourselves. I kind of skimmed over that detail. Another region rich with lore is Ostend, deep within the East Prussian woods. For centuries there have been studies surrounding the hamlet and its neighbor, Castle Brennenburg. The quiet forest-clad mountains dressed with scattered lakes is as picturesque as can be, albeit the area is haunted by the dark. Ask any local and you will hear proof of the widespread superstition. All travelers should indulge themselves in such conversations, since it will certainly serve as exciting entertainment. All of them have their own twists on the tales, but there are some motifs that keep reappearing. The Gatherers. This story reaches all the way back to the time of the 30 Years' War. It is said that soldiers who abandoned their duty got lost in the cold, dark woods and were forever damned to roam the grounds. Their bodies, wrought by their tainted souls, have left them disfigured, and empty of essence. Many have cited them over the years and described them as horrid revenants. They move silently through the woods, shying away from any beholder. They are called gatherers, as they seem to follow some ambition to steal living creatures. It is their prey which can be heard struggling inside damp burlap sacks dragged behind them, which reveal their presence. What dark scheme do they follow? Now that's nice. I won't go into all the little details here, because there are so many. But it's a great idea as a folklore tale. It's simple enough. It is more than believable that people would have these kind of tales and share them. But also it's really nicely written. A visit undone. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, the well-known erudite, visited Ostend at the start of the 16th century. He resided in the local inn for a fortnight, not the kind that we are talking about, as he looked for remnants of kingdoms past. During his stay, all the prominent members of society paid notice, and he is mentioned in many records of the time. One day he went to investigate a burrow in the northwestern glades, only to never be seen again. Heinrich is known to have passed away in Grenoble some 10 years later. He dismissed the notion of ever visiting Ostend, which makes you wonder what really happened. Who was this mysterious man who visited the sleepy hamlet in the woods, and what happened to him? This is Alexander if he had power instead of trial by court. Welcome in, Ricky boy. How are you doing today? So this is interesting. So Agrippa visited this place and disappeared, but 10 years later he died somewhere else and said that he was never here. So there are two options here. One, the real Agrippa never came here and this was just a pretender who got lost and then died here, possibly. Or the real Agrippa died here and the pretender died in his shoes later on, some 10 years later. That's an interesting idea. Been better, but this is better by time maybe. But I hope it will be much better for you and your day will get better. The immortal Baron. The Baron of Brennenburg lives a reclusive life with his family at his castle nearby Ostend, and like most those of noble birth, rumors are inherited alongside with the title. Researching the history reveals little before the castle was consumed by fire in the late 60th century. It was rebuilt by Alexander, a nobleman from the Rhinelands, claiming the role as protector of the Prussian state. Okay, so the original family, I guess, died in the fire, and then Alexander took over. Alexander helped the region to flourish and remain popular throughout his presumed lifetime. Presumed? The family has always been secretive when it comes to lineage and heritage. Therefore, the birth and death of Alexander and his offspring has never been fully recorded. This has fed the idea that the Baron is in fact the one and the same who came from the west over 300 years ago, lived through the time of occupation and joined the coveted order of the Black Eagle along with the great leaders of this country. The Black Eagle was mentioned before. It was mentioned in Wilhelm's contract. And this is interesting because this Alexander, right, Baron of Brennenburg, is, well, somehow has connections to the Prussian royal court and the Order of the Black Eagle. What happened with this castle in World War II bombed and never rebuilt if it existed. Also, it's a real castle. I didn't know that. I don't know much about the backstory of this game. I know it's well written, but I don't know if it has any real life ties. And I would greatly appreciate if I didn't have a finger poking my nose, because Seth is going to soon lose a finger and I will not be sorry. And you just stop it! So this is interesting, but here in the local folklore, it's again, Alexander rebuilt it in the 16th century. Well, that's not really mentioned, but 300 years ago. When is this game taking place? 1839. So we are in the past. 1839, and the Algerian 1839. Wait, we are in the same year. May 16th, Daniel was in Algeria. August 19th, so like 3 months later, he's here. So all these things with Alexander happened in like 3 months. But indeed is the same name in the contract with an Alexander, but we don't have a date. However, it does mention the Prussian connection, and we also have the local folklore mentioning an Alexander with a Prussian connection. So maybe the descendant has the same name. The family could obviously keep its ties to certain countries and such. Well, let's see what else we can find here. So far we are reading a lot, and I'm happy about that. It won't open, it's locked. This is one thing that I like in these kind of games, in Resident Evil games, in any kind of somewhat puzzle kind of games, is when the developers try to give a hint at the player about whether they should try to open something or not. And that's how, for example, in Resident Evil games, if you try to open a door, it will often say that it won't budge or it's locked. And that means leave that door. It's not something you have to open or you can open. And in certain cases it will say this door is locked from the other side. That means you will have to get to the other side and then open it from there. And it's the same thing here. It says that it won't budge, it's locked. So it says the same thing pretty much twice, but it states that it's locked, leave it alone. So that's a nice little detail. I guess that is so the player starts looking for an alternative rather than just try to brute force through the door. Okay, so we have this book. So this is the timer that Alexander mentioned in the memory. So I guess we have to look for another something to pull. And this is how much time we have. That's actually a lot of time. So we can go around. Now you see, I don't really think that if it's a book, then it's in or on one of the middle shelves, because how would you connect that to any mechanism? So I will take a guess and say that it's somewhere here. Except maybe it's not. Save! Nekio! Welcome in! Thank you for the hydrate. Let me try to. There is no saving in the game. It auto saves. And the boob. Weren't you streaming today? Are you taking a break? Let me check. What are you scheming here? I have to figure out. No, you are not streaming. What is happening? I don't know what day it is. I know it's Friday, but I don't know anyone's schedule. Now stop with the blooping. I'm trying to figure things out. How tall are you? And there goes the brick. Come on, guys, count with me. 3, 2, 1. There's the brick. I love how your message just appears right above my head now. With the emoticon, lovely. I finished. How was the game? While I try to figure out what I have to pull here, because this is one thing that I have to pull, but I have to pull something else. Oh, that's not it. Shit. There. No, that's not it either. Was really nice. I ended earlier because of allergies. Oh, poor neck here. Still suffering from the allergies? I see. Pull on my 11th finger. You have 11 fingers? You never told me about that. Wow. You have so many secrets. Let's put the book back because I'm not a savage like that. Books are nice. They came back yesterday. Oh. I heard in your earlier stream that you were troubled by your allergies again. Fuel for a lantern. Okay, let's put some fuel in the lantern. I'll show it to you one day. Your allergies or your 11th finger. Okay, use our head again. Try to figure out what we need to pull here. I know it's really dark, but I don't want to use all my timber boxes for nothing. Come on. Pull the book. Okay, I think it's on the other side. I'm pretty sure it is. Not here. Not here. Not here. Nothing here. Okay, I guess we have to check these as well. No. A draft and a faint light are coming from behind the shelf. That there must be a way in. Ooh, I see. So this is the door we are opening. We just have to open it somehow. Alrighty. I understand. Is this it? I pulled it, didn't I? I think I did. My 11th finger. No, 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 no. Thank you. No, thank you. Okay, so I pulled this one first. And then I pulled this one second. Okay, so there is a third one. So apparently they can be in the middle one. There are 3 of them. Okay. We solved the puzzle! And that means our sanity is back because... Yeah, a slight headache. Because if you solve puzzles, you are successful. You have some dopamine and your sanity comes right back. Let me see. Do you hate me? Oh, that was a question to Seth. Oh, Seth is pulling on your tail. I see. No. Oh, offering a little flower there. Kiss me in the basement then. That was quick. How's the game, by the way? Enjoying it so far? Yes, it is. It is lovely. It's a kind of slow burn in a way. It has a really nice atmosphere that I knew about. But I like to take my time with it. When I first played it, I really rushed through. And now I want to enjoy all the little details. Oh, a key. That's lovely. I don't know what it is for, but we'll see. See, that's why I throw bricks. Well, here's the thing. I'm no therapist here. I don't have that kind of knowledge. But if your reaction to someone who wants to kiss you in a basement is to throw a brick, that's maybe questionable, but it's also honestly makes sense. So that's okay. But I never said that. So reserve your bricks to Nekio then. Okay, what's this? Regarding closing of the wine cellar. Wilhelm and his fools have endangered my research long enough with their absent-minded handling of the human vessels. The sheriff is keeping a watchful eye on the forest and is killing my trusty servants. It's just a matter of time until they follow the trail to Brennenburg. I need to lock Wilhelm and his men up to avoid further investigation from the public. The wine cellar will therefore be closed off until the matter has been handled. Either the king's men leave or they will starve. Whatever comes first, they can rot for all I care. Maybe I will feed them some wine. It would, in a sense, solve both of my problems. Oh, 4 bricks! Someone is generous today. So this is interesting. So the wine cellar was closed because Wilhelm, whose contract we actually read earlier, was being too... what's the right word here? Wasn't cautious enough. They were careless. And so the sheriff is killing the servants. So they are doing something. Handling of the human vessels. Are they kidnapping people? And so if Wilhelm continues this, then the law enforcement will figure out the things and get to Brennenburg. That's no good. So Alexander, I guess, comes up with the plan to lock Wilhelm and his men up. Now, Wilhelm was from another noble family, I think. It was mentioned in the contract. He was from some house. So he had his own people. But I'm not sure what this means. Either the king's men leave or they will starve. So Wilhelm's men are the king's men? I don't really see the logic there. Wow, Seth is going all out. Why do you have a gun and a knife at the same time? That seems like a bit of an overreaction there, but what do I know? What is this first one? Oh, you're beating them up with a... What is that? It's not a shoe. Slippers? For melee and range. You know, that actually makes sense. You are prepared. So this is interesting. So the wine cellar was closed, so it can become a prison. However, here's my question. What was the order of events? Because we know that the chemicals were relocated. But we don't know who wrote these. So maybe these were written by Alexander or maybe by Daniel. Now we know Daniel got here like 3 months ago or so. So if he was working with the chemicals and then he had to move the chemicals before the wine cellar was closed, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. You close the wine cellar and lock in people, and then you're like, oh, sorry, I have to open the door and bring all the chemicals in and then reclose it. It doesn't work that way. So they had these alchemy experiments, and those didn't work out, and then moved all the chemicals to the wine cellar, and then they had the problem with Wilhelm and closed the wine cellar. And ever since, I guess the chemicals weren't used. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, there is a standoff in my chat. Nekio with a pistol and Seth with a wombat. Ooh, this will be interesting. Who's gonna survive? Maybe no one. I'm losing my viewers real fucking quick. Okay, so this is interesting, piecing this together. I like it. Okay, here's the key that I need. I hope this is the wine cellar's key. Yes, it is. Don't know what that was, but... you know, it's better to be safe than sorry. Mostly based on Daniel's reaction, this little yelping was concerning. Slight headache, that's okay. Alright. Oh, that opened. What is this sound? I think this is the place where I was before. Excuse me. You know, someone was there. So we should probably look at what it is. Dun 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 dun. Excuse me? Who's there? No one. Ah, Daniel, you're just imagining things again, aren't you? Okay, so let's see what's here. Now, I was concerned that I missed one of the diaries from Algeria, but apparently I found all 3 of them, which is good. That's where we were. I guess if I were to explore this earlier, this would have been just simply closed. I did check this, I do remember that. I didn't check this part, so let me light this. I think Nekio should just give up on this duel. It really feels like that Seth is in a much better situation. Old tomes. Study. What was this? Local history. Oh, that's nice. Sometimes I'm not sure if those are the sound of my own footsteps or someone else's. What's this? Not sure, but it's pretty. So old tomes, that's really nice. Oh, calm down. Just need to find a... Yes, someone is playing on the piano. What? You're scared of classical music? Come on, Daniel. It's not my favorite, but it's not so terrifying. I love how there's a tinderbox in all of these. So to those who love the English language and find it as fascinating as I do, here it said old tomes. A tome is a book. As far as I know, it is a quite long book or encyclopedia. It's a lovely word. And also, while I was browsing through a dictionary the other day, because yes, those are the kind of things I do. Study, it won't budge, okay. I found a really quite interesting word. And it kind of makes sense to mention it here, because there are many books, as I mentioned. Now, someone who loves books let's discuss this here, near this window. So someone who loves books is called the bibliophile. It's an interesting word. And someone who has a tendency, or rather an illness, to steal is called a kleptomaniac. That is a more common word that people know. And the other day I actually found this really interesting mix of the two words. Someone who steals books is called a biblioclept. So, if I go around here and I start stealing all the books, because well, this is a game and that means we are pretty much stealing everything that is not nailed down, then I am a biblioclept. And now you know. Alright, let's see what is here. That sounded like it was behind me. Which is pretty much impossible, because it was going here, so how could it be there? Come on, Daniel. Get your shit together. Okay, really nicely made background noises. There's always something making some noise. The statues were praying, gazing into the dark, domed ceiling. Oh, that's nice. Explaining how the statues are. Because they are human-like, but yet they are lifeless. What? Ow! 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 Fucking hell, what? Okay, so apparently this is not healthy for us. All is good, okay. Just got myself nicked by it, apparently. Is it getting darker? Because apparently, well, I'm not sure. I could imagine that time goes on as you progress through the game. But the place kinda looks a bit reddish, or rather yellowish. Not sure why that is. So this growth appeared on that door, but it didn't do anything here. So it's spreading, but it's spreading in an odd fashion, I assume. Alright. Let's see what we have. Now we can go back to the wine cellar, rather go to the wine cellar finally, and get the chemicals. Now I'm really hoping that since I only have one of these pots, I really hope I don't have to pour one of the chemicals into it, go back to the laboratory, pour it out and do it 4 times. But it says a pot to contain mixtures of all sorts, so maybe this is what we are going to mix the things in. Wine cellar key. Tag reads wine cellar key. No, not key, just wine cellar. Silly me. Okay. Use the key on the door to unlock it. There you go. A handful of sand trickled from the crumbling stone ceiling and pushed down on the brim of his hat. He braced himself as the cavern suddenly shifted and settled. This is interesting. This is from Algeria? Beware, when standing in darkness, your sanity will slowly drain. Turn on lights in the environment using tinderboxes or search for other sources of light. You mean like this? Light. I really feel like a moth. Daniel is a paranoid moth. Okay, so this is the wine cellar, and it looks a lot like the laboratory, actually, with this kind of staircase design. The only thing that is kind of concerning, because people were logged in here, I have a feeling we will find a bunch of dead people. The only problem, I'm in the middle of this place, so I have to...
Where did the Baron go?
Who cares? He left us enough wine to last us a lifetime. Or at least until tomorrow.
Okay, so they were happy and drunk. That's good. So what I was saying, I'm in the middle of this place, and that is not good, because wherever someone is, I can see them. And there's also wine. There's also no light that I could use. If an enemy is near, stay out of sight and hide in the darkness. Make sure to turn off your lantern if possible. Does that mean there is an enemy nearby? Okay, so where should we go first? We have one place, we have two places. We have places for days. What's this? Okay, so that is... Wait, we come down from what? How do you read this thing? That is the upstairs part, that's there. So you go down, the one that is facing is the barrel. And then there's one in the corner. Another one. And that was all my oil. Thank you. So this is the oil. This is some sort of a workshop, and that is beer, and that is not marked. So let's start here. This is open anyway. Excuse me? Pardon me? Is someone there? Let me put these in a little way so I can hide here. Yes, I'm a genius, I know. What's that? Let's say it was a human once. Yeah, great time for a flashback.
What's happening? Oh, feels like my chest is going to burst. Oh,
Apparently it did.
My God! Wilhelm, do something!
accept it. We're not getting out of here.
How can you say that? Alexander, you piece of shit! Let us out of here!
Okay, so they were poisoned. I understand that part. And this is what remained of them. Okay. Okay, so this place is safe-ish. Let me see, do I count as an enemy? Of course not. Should put some musical number to his flashbangs for emphasis. Oh yes, something dramatic. Okay, let's do something with this place. I understand all the blood, but come on. Let's have decency. Yeah, more wine. That's why I don't drink. This game is a prime example of why you shouldn't drink. Is that a brain? Looks like it. Tinderbox, thank you. This is nice. This is a safe-ish room. Oh, and it actually opens on its own. So it's not left here like this. It is like this because the physics engine opens it. That's a nice detail. A lamp or lantern, candle that I won't use. I'm trying to look into all the corners because sometimes there's tinderboxes there. Bit of blood. Yeah, apparently. I'm assuming from the poisoned people. Nothing in here. That's good. It's a good hidey hole. Make sure we have plenty of those. Let's slide this. Anything in here? Ooh, that's a quill. They used to write with those. Interestingly, as far as I know, quills are made from the flight feathers of big birds. So one bird doesn't have too many of those. You have to wait until they regrow. What's this? It actually says Aqua Regia. That's one of the things that we need, I think. Wilhelm's last words. Oh, you wrote a bit for us. Thank you very much. My name is Wilhelm, House of Gareth. These are my final words, my confession and testament. 2 years ago I was summoned to the castle Brennenburg. As most of the aristocracy, I was curious about what this supposed Knight of the Order could want from me and accepted the invitation. The Baron was friendly and offered me a proposition. It dawned on me that the nature of the contract was sordid, and that the reason I was chosen was because of the follies of my past and not the honors I've been rewarded with during my time as a soldier. I was to kidnap Hal the humans upon his slightest whim and do so without asking questions. In return, he would attest to my character at the royal court, advancing my position within noble society. I would like to claim that I struggled with my decision, but it came swiftly and I accepted wholeheartedly. This is interesting, so I was kind of right here that the contract was not exactly fair in a way, and the leverage was that Alexander would pretty much give a letter of recommendation. Now here, it's interesting that his job was to kidnap healthy humans For what reason? Not mentioned so far. But it's a good question, because here it says 2 years. It was 2 years ago. And the contract was written for free. So it's questionable if Wilhelm was to finish his 3 years. Would Alexander actually do what he said and give the and would attest to his character, I mean Wilhelm's, or not? That is a question, but as we see here, Wilhelm didn't make it that far. Let me see. At least he has a passion. You mean Wilhelm with doing everything wholeheartedly, or Alexander in being questionable? You know, in a way, I kind of like this Alexander person here. Kind of relate to him, just slightly. But it's interesting how the two parties look at the same situation, because Wilhelm says that he was struggling with this entire thing, and yes, he did this and these terrible things and kidnapped people. How Alexander sees it is Wilhelm was doing a poor job and wasn't really cautious, and so had to go. It seems that Alexander is really shown as a cold kind of character. He's not really emotional, kind of a matter-of-fact kind of person, and he deals with the problems in that way, including people. Ever since that day, I brought men, women, and children to Brandenburg. I can't remember the numbers, but there were many, perhaps even 100, none of whom were ever seen or heard from again. Now this is interesting detail. I said men, women, and children. That's important for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is, why are they being kidnapped? So Alexander has people, or has Wilhelm kidnap people for him, but what's the reason? If it's for a specific reason, for example, like manual labor, then he would probably want healthy, strong people, mostly men. So that's why it's important of a detail that he says all of them, because that means it's not his, how could I say this, his plan with the humans are not linked to their gender or age. So they are just needed for being human in a way, because he could have animals as well. And he mentioned in the little note talking about Wilhelm being shit at his job, that he is treating the human vessels badly. So in Alexander's eyes, they are vessels, but for what? That's the interesting question. The other thing why it's interesting as a sort of writer, in horror, if you want to kind of want to go hardcore, how you can show that this is serious, that this is really evil in a way, is to break some kind of how would you say it? The accepted limits, let's say. So in an action movie, for example, people are shooting at each other, but they are men, they are soldiers, so that is accepted. It's not good, but it's an action movie. So here, the writer wanted to break some boundary by including children. Because if you want to just have kind of an evil character, but not really like vile, you can just say, oh, kidnapped a few men. That's the safest bet, obviously. And I know that sounds twisted in many ways, but that is how fiction works. If there is, for example, a game with zombies, most of the zombies will be men. If you find a game with a female zombie, you found a rare one. If you find a game with a child zombie, then please tell me, because there are really not many of those. So here the writer really wanted to break that boundary and just say, like, this guy is really bad. And that's interesting. This is kind of a glimpse into what is to come based on the build-up of the game. Tonight the Baron invited me and my men down to the wine cellar to celebrate our work. I had my suspicions as we descended the stairs, but he insisted and joined us in a toast. Now that's interesting, that he joined. The wine tasted fine and my men drank without restraint, obviously. So begins the punishment for our sins. The Baron has locked us up and returned upstairs. Forgive me for what I have done. I was weak and fell into his diabolic ways. My men are screaming, their skin has been pierced by their own tangled bones. I feel my insides revolt against their God-given nature. Ooh, that's such a good line. Blood has begun to pour from my eyes, and I can no longer... That's it. What about baby zombies? Ooh. Ooh. That's even a further step. The only few examples in video games that I can come up with where a baby kind of form is used is the cherubs in Doom 3 and the little necromorphs in Dead Space, and those were really pushing the envelope. I'm kind of surprised that those games were able to be released in their form, because in Doom 3, especially because of the sound, their sound is really baby-like, childlike. It can be disturbing. In Dead Space, they are even more baby-like, because in Doom 3 only the upper torso and the head is like a baby, and the legs are kind of like a bug or insect-like. In Dead Space, they are full-on babies, pretty much, just twisted into a necromorph. And even the backstory is interesting there, because in Doom 3 we don't get a backstory. I don't think it's ever explained in the game why there are these children there. There were no babies or children on the Mars base, I'm pretty sure about that. In Dead Space it's explained, and it is a dark idea. Minecraft has zombie children, does that count? That is actually a really interesting idea that you mentioned that. And that is interesting because in a game that is meant to be horror like this one, people who play it and journalists who write about it and even the people at government level and at the ESRB and PEGI and all these rating boards, they look at it like a horror game. So everything is a bit more serious. In a game like Minecraft, you are right that at face value you have a children zombie. And that is twisted. That is messed up. But because it's Minecraft, you think about it like this is a fun children's game. And so for some odd reason, at least in my mind, when I think about Minecraft, it's not really a crazy, violent or scary game, even though you are pretty much killing the zombie children with a sword. So it is true that in games where, even though the presentation is lighthearted and even child-friendly, I mean Minecraft is child-friendly, if you have a certain kind of look on it, if you have that perspective and you can kind of take it apart as a horror enthusiast, you can find the pieces that are messed up. I mean, I think in Minecraft there is a mechanism, and please correct me here because I don't play much Minecraft, but I think there are these mobs called drowned or something like that. They are underwater zombies. And I think you can actually create them by either, I would say, drowning a zombie, but maybe you can drown a villager as well. And that's messed up. So that's true, there are messed up things in Minecraft too. But somehow it's just looked at differently because it's a cutesy pixel game. I mean, the zombies, the skeletons coming after you, but it's also the fact that people get used to it. And again, as I said, horror changes, it evolves, and people kind of get used to the idea of certain things. So for example, zombies were introduced not so long ago, I would say, but they became so commonplace in fiction, in TV, in movies, in books, whatever. It's kind of like, it's a zombie or it's a skeleton. These are kind of things that no longer really have that disturbing reaction as the idea itself. Back in the day, just the idea that a dead person, a corpse would be reanimated and move as an undead, that was terrifying. No, the idea itself is not really scary to people, but you can still show it in some way, portray it hyper-realistically, gory, add the drama of who that zombie was before. You can still do something with it that is disturbing to the audience. But just putting a random zombie into a game like Minecraft or Terraria or any game, people don't really mind anymore. And actually it's funny because I was watching a video about how the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original movie, was banned in countries. And actually, if you watch that movie, if you don't like these kind of movies, I don't recommend, but it is a good movie. It's not really gory. Compared to modern horror movies, it's not gory at all. It is real in many ways. It feels really real. But that just shows how much changed in society, how much people are okay with. And that's kind of the beauty and the challenge of horror, that it always has to evolve, and in a way it always has to be more extreme. And you can see that because, I mean, you look at an old Resident Evil game and then you look at something like the Dead Space remake and you're like, holy shit, we went from a few polygons into full-on just dissecting enemies looking pretty freaking real. So there is kind of a limit to what you can do, but we haven't quite yet reached that. Welcome in, Alior. Did you watch Sandman? I honestly don't remember right now that movie, I have to say. I have to look it up. Oh, the Sandman. Oh, right. The Neil Gaiman comic book adaptation. I tell you, it was a movie. No, it's a series. I saw a bit of it, yes. Hey, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. I mean, safety coffins that had a bell connected in case someone was buried alive existed. Exactly, yeah, they did. They are fascinating little bits of history, certainly. They had a little bell above the ground, and there was a piece of twine running from the bell into the coffin. So if someone is by accident buried alive, they can actually signal. So yes, indeed, that's a piece of history, and it is true that yes, you can come up with great horror, but you can find some really good inspiration in real life. If you just start reading a history book, you can find some really interesting things. And as far as I know, Amnesia will feature some of these interesting ideas of humankind. Okay. In a way, what I enjoy about this game is, even though I have to be cautious with the oil, it doesn't rush me. I don't have to run 24/7, and I can talk about certain ideas in the game and in horror overall. I quite like that. I never know if somebody is really walking or Daniel is just being paranoid again. Okay. So we checked one place. Now I go back to my little light source, stare at the light a bit. Slight headache, wonderful. So this is the part that I mentioned that I'm not too keen about, how the game wants to put an emphasis on this sanity meter, because I think it kind of gets in the way of the gameplay, because I have to stand here and wait for a bit to get the character's sanity back and the screen to kind of calm down. Head is pounding and hands are shaking. That's wonderful. I came here to the light and now I'm worse. So in my eyes, this is kind of in many games. I don't say in this one because I don't know this one just that well, but in many cases I feel like it's an excuse to a certain degree, because the developers are trying to tell the player that something is scary by making the character scared. And I feel that is a bit cheap, because the game should be scary enough to scare me. It doesn't have to tell me, oh, the character's sanity is going down. So you should be scared. That feels a bit cheap. Oh, what's this? A barrel contains a few drops of oil. How much? Refill lantern with a few drops of oil. The barrel contains no oil. Yeah, that really was just a few drops. But alright. What my mother imagines to happen if I go outside more. Use sanity drops? Oh yes, this is a workbench, alright. More tinder. A hammer. That would come in handy. Can I put the hammer back? I'm honestly curious if the engine is that good. And I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Yes, I know I am wasting the oil on nothing. More than aware of it. Come on. Push the engine to the limit. I think that's about it. Yeah, we can't put it back. I mean, I'm not surprised. That would have been a bit too crazy. Oh, calm down. There's plenty of light here. Look at the torch, you moron. That my sanity would go better if I go outside more. Oh, I see. Instead it goes the other way around, maybe. Interestingly, I prefer to be inside most of the time. Quite happy in my shop, except for the lack of company. But I have the rats and my wonderful viewers now. Okay, what's this? Calamine? What the? What happened? Oh, I feel like something fell on my... Are you fucking kidding me? I lit those things. Let me guess. Now you want me to relight them. Fucking scam. Okay, can I get up there? Nothing else. Find something up here. Hold down R2 while moving with the left stick to push. Press L1 for a strong push in the direction you face. So I have to move the rubble out of the way, I'm guessing. Okay. Can I pet the rats? Of course you can. They're really quite friendly rats. As I mentioned, they are doing some renovations to their living quarters. Family is getting bigger. They need the extra space. So if anything is alive down here... Ah, that's cute. I'm sure they will be delighted. So if anything is alive down here, I'm sure it fucking heard that. Okay, apparently no. And also, I understand that I progressed in the story, but that wasn't a puzzle. So we checked these two. Let's check this back one. That sounds like some sort of rodent as well. You know, I'm starting to be almost certain that there's nothing here. And you know why I think that? Because they set this place up telling you that something is lurking here, maybe. You You already seen a glimpse of something moving upstairs. And now... That was a catch. And now you come down here. And there are corpses, obviously, everywhere. Except I haven't found many corpses. And I don't know what kind of poison would make people blow up. But who knows? What's this? Laudanum. What was that? Use the laudanum to increase your health. Drink it, pick it inside the inventory. Oh! Who are you? But someone is there. And I'm not happy about that. I understand that my sanity is possibly shit. But what am I supposed to do? And what is this eggshell cracking sound? That's my mind breaking? Okay, so is this thing really here or am I just saying things? Okay, so it... Your sanity is not dangerously low. Make sure to stay in the light and try to make progress. Thank you! Thank you, game. Also, fuck you, game. See? Light. What is my sanity now? Wow. My sanity is just 3 dots. That's no good. Okay, what if I come right here? You see? Nice. Fire. Look at it, Daniel. Go say hello. Yes, apparently that was the fix. That was the solution. But this is why it's tricky, and for me that's what kind of pushes me out of the immersion. That I'm hiding in the corner, and to me that's the logical way to go about this. There's something that wants to kill me while I'm trying to hide away from it, right? And I wait until it gets moving. But on the other hand, this game doesn't really like you to be in the dark. So you can't really hide for long, and so I always have to figure out like, okay, what does the game want from me? And that's why I was just staying there in the corner and I'm thinking, what no? Well, the enemy's not moving, I guess I'm moving towards the enemy, even though it doesn't make any sense. Because I don't think it would be a realistic kind of reaction, but who knows? Okay, I guess we have to move. Okay, seems safe. What's that? I guess just some dust. Okay, what's this? Or payment. Okay, obviously every chemical had to be put in a different room on shelves filled with booze. What if someone drinks the wrong thing? Come on. What kind of safety is that? So it almost looks like someone is going a floor above us. Okay, so this door is closed. I can go back. My sanity is so shit, man. So shit. My sanity is just 3 dots. You guys get dots? That in the game. Okay, so... what if I come back here? This is light. This counts as light? Well, now my sanity is a bit better, so I'm not sure if it's because of the light or whatever. But hey, we can stay here, look through the window. Why is there a cage on the window? I'm not sure. So we're only missing one thing, right? We have the calamine, we have the orpiment. We should also have... We should have a third one, shouldn't we? I picked one up. I picked the first one up. We were there already. Yeah, that's the wine. I picked one up here. I remember it. Yeah, I picked one up here. Didn't pick it up? Wow. Good thing that I came back and I realized that. Silly me. Okay. Let's use some of the oil. I like that they gave me this laudanum, medical bracer to improve health and help heal wounds. But so far I would like something that helps my sanity. I don't know what that would be. But that's what I need. So this is the place with the barrels. That's why I kept this as the last one. Not sure if there's something between these. I don't think so. And now I just have to kind of run, I guess. No? No? I was expecting a little running sequence out of here. No running. That's surprising. Maybe Daniel should try some yoga. Not sure if that's good, but maybe some meditation. The cloth smelled of desert and damp musk. The pieces lay scrambled on top. Too many of them, he thought. Or perhaps too few. I guess these are the places of that relic they found. And they put it on a piece of cloth. Let me guess, everything is getting mugged up again. Ah, shit! Ow! Wait, isn't that the laboratory? I have to go there. That's not nice. Vitamin D. Is vitamin D good for sanity? I have to get a lot of that. Okay, so nothing changed here. It's still shit. So I have to get to... Okay, first of all, I have to get some light. I do know the sunlight helps with... it doesn't contain vitamin D, but I think it helps with the synthesis of it. Now you have to get to the library. Not the library, the laboratory. Almost the same. Okay, so I guess I have to run through wait, it's not hurting me. Excuse me? You even grew on the rock? Disgusting. It became impossible to avoid. The commotion in the streets begged for his attention. As he opened the shutters, the French soldiers opened fire on two young men fighting back. Their voices were silenced in a haze of gun smoke. So I'm assuming I'm kind of safe here? Or he needs to find some antidepressants. Yeah, that's true. Or an ice walk. Honestly, it's my view on this, and I am by no means a medical expert. Antidepressants or anything like that, it can help you to give you that kind of push to get better, but I always believed that if you are depressed, then a reason has to be found, and it has to be addressed in some way, because whatever chemicals you take as in form of medication, it can help, but it won't fix the problem. So I'm not against the medicines, but I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to just say, hey, if you take this pill twice a day, then everything is fixed. However, on the other hand, I do know that a lot of people are struggling with depression and doesn't want to admit it and even go to a doctor because it's embarrassing or something. So in no way would I say it's a bad idea to go to a doctor. If you are struggling with depression and you know that you are struggling, because only you know really, then you should see an expert and get some medication. But I do believe that it takes a bit more than just the medicine. It takes a lot from that person and the kind of lifestyle they are living, because in certain cases it's the lifestyle. I have anti-anxiety medication. Again, the medication itself is great because it gives that push that gets you out of the hole in a way. But I'm sure you also with time notice and discover what triggers your anxiety, what works against it, what can calm you down, and I think those are really important things, because the medication in itself can't fix everything. Because mental issues, they are not as simple as like, oh my head hurts, no, I take a painkiller and it will be fixed. They are rooted in quite complex things, and it takes a while. It takes either the help of some expert, someone who you really trust, or just a lot of self-exploration to realize, okay, what is happening? Why is this thing good? Why is this thing bad? But I am certainly supportive of anyone who is struggling with any such problem, because I say that I'm partially mad, and it's kind of on a kind of joke, but I don't say such jokes. It's not a joke, it just sounds like one. So I know how deep that rabbit hole goes. I'm on a waiting list for therapy though. That's great. Again, it's great because you have the opportunity. Obviously there's a wait list, so you have to wait that long, and that can be difficult. But it gives you that opportunity to talk to a therapist, an expert. Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but you try, you move ahead. And that's important, and I wish you the best of luck with it. And I know how difficult it can be to reach out to an expert, because in many countries it's kind of looked down upon, and ultimately it's really difficult to admit to oneself that you need the outside help, because most of the people just say, oh no, I can handle it, I mean, it's my head. But people would be surprised how much you can fight against your own brain. So I greatly respect that you reach out to an expert, and I really wish you the best of luck with it, because I know it's a serious thing. It's a bit complicated to find a therapist that is autism friendly, because stuff that works for holistic people doesn't work for me. I will be honest, I don't know exactly what kind of differences to the approach would be, but that's again something that I think is important, that not every therapist will work for everyone. Everyone is different, be that because they are or they have different conditions, or just their style, or maybe their age, their gender, their whatever. So it's important to reach out to a therapist, but if you feel like something doesn't work, and you give it a real try, so not just, oh, I go there, I go in with the mentality that this won't work and go out and say that this didn't work. No, if you give it a real try and it doesn't work, and you can logically explain even to yourself why you think it's not working, you should look for someone else. Just always give that the benefit of the doubt, that indeed I'm trying to do it, because look, some some doctors are not the friendliest, for sure. Some are really nice, and you kind of have to find the right one, and that can be tiring, and that can be disheartening if you find a bad one at first. But at the end of the day, you deserve to be happy, to live the life that you want, and in a way you have to go through with looking for the right doctor for yourself, so you can reach that and be healthy. Anxiety is usually treated with exposure, so a bit like a phobia, I guess. This usually causes autistic people to be overstimulated and make things work, so it needs a different approach. Yes. But obviously the expert will know better, and you will know better, but it just needs that extra amount of patience, that maybe it will take more time, and it will require a different approach, because that's the other thing, that with anything that is a mental problem and not a simple, well, saying that it's simple is kind of rude, but a physical problem, it takes a lot of time. It's not like, oh, one day I'm feeling like shit and next day I'm all happy. That's not how it works. And I guess that's something that people who are healthy in this manner doesn't really understand, even with depression, that sometimes, even if everything is going perfectly, you can feel like shit. Absolutely. And to an outsider, in a way, it looks weird. And even to the depressed people, it might look weird, like, everything is great and I feel like shit today. Why is that? And that's just how it is. So it's a challenge all on its own. And that's why I say, and by no means I think I could help with any of these, but I want to make a safe place on my stream that people who might be struggling with whatever, be that just having a bad day, to any sort of ailment, to feel safe, to feel in a way cozy. And that's why I have this really twisted view that might be odd to some people, and it's not for everyone. I am aware of that. But through these games, I want to show people that you see it's all scary, but you can face it and you can get through it, like I get through these games. So for me, the cozy game is a horror game, because I can be cozy even in that. No worries, I'm good, I know my stuff and how to get treatment. That's great. I don't expect you to know a solution. Yes. Yes. But I still want to make sure that everyone feels safe here, because I know certain people, different people, they have different triggers, they don't like different things, and I try to make sure that I'm as inclusive as I can be, even though I know a horror game might not be the coziest of things. Now let me see, Daniel. Nothing happened. Apparently staring at a window is not good for your sanity, but hey, we try our best. So I think the laboratory was actually this way. I actually thought this game has trophies, but apparently maybe not, because I haven't gotten any. Okay, how is our fishy friend doing? Apparently moved on. Okay, so I have to leave to my own stream now, so bye. Thank you very much for joining, and please have a wonderful stream, whatever you're doing. Now, let's see, we have to mix these 4 things. I'm not sure if there is a proper order, but we'll see. So, calamine and orpiment are the given, so I guess those we just need. Calamine. Wait, orpiment, ochregia. I picked them up in the right order? Wow, I'm great. Okay, so I guess I add this. Okay, so the game will figure out where they go. Right. Where does this go? Not where I should have put it. Okay, and then we need the next piece from the note. The cold priest binds them well. Okay, so we need this. I'm sure I mispronounced this. Excuse me? What the fuck happened? Holy shit! What happened here? How will I get back? Wow. Did something go through here? Alright, apparently it won't be as easy as just go up the stairs. That's why I like stone staircases more. They break less easily. Well, okay. I was doing my little science project here, and all of a sudden it decided to be just really unsportive. So use Aqua Regia instead of Aqua Fortis. Okay, I think that's what I have. Okay, so what the heck do I do? Oh wait, I think I need to add the little pot at the end here. No object to use it on. What do you mean? I want to put it here. Now that's where it is. Okay. So I guess I have to open this to add gas. Hold down R2 and do a circular motion with the right stick to turn the wheel. The wheel will turn in the same direction as you rotate. So I guess this opens, yes, the burners. And then I have to mix these. Now I'm not sure if I can just mix whatever. but I will try. Okay, so that goes there. Hopefully we don't blow ourselves up or whatever. Don't worry, just half of the place falling apart. It's okay. This little song that plays when you actually progress, that's nice. We have a pot of acid! It is filled with acid! What a surprise! I'm sure this would worth a lot on the streets, but that's not the use we are going to use it for. So, can I go through here? Nah, I don't think so. And there goes my light. Holy shit! Okay, so this is interesting, to say the least. I will light this because honestly I can't see and I don't want to waste all my oil. So can I do something with these barrels maybe? Yeah, this will be fantastic. I'm really not sure if this is what I should be doing. But hey, I did stupider things. And we have these. You can use objects to reach hard to get place. Wow, I'm good. I'm like really freaking good. Look at me go. Huh. Take that. Back to the entrance hole. He sat down by the Kashba while gasping for air. Sweat poured from his forehead and onto the sand-veiled ground. Oh shit! Okay, I understand. I'm running. Fucking hell! Wow. Okay, so I see this was the developer's way of keeping the players from returning to places where they shouldn't. Okay, still not going there apparently. That's fine. But we can go down here and I think this is where we are going to end today's stream. But let's see, can we do it? Can we get through here? Alchemist, we actually got a trophy! The game has trophies! Yay! And we can go to the refinery. But we won't. Because that's it for today. Thank you very much. I had enough. So far, the game has great atmosphere. I'm not surprised about that. It is interesting in the way how it's put together. The story is told through these little segments and bits and pieces, like the dictionaries, the diaries and the notes. I really like that. I think that's a great idea. And interestingly, something that does surprise me is how it's not that confusing. So the developers didn't throw everything at the player at once. Instead, they kind of set a base thing, and you know that there's Daniel, there's Alexander, there's the castle and all that, but no more, no confusing additional information. And then they started talking about Wilhelm, I think, who is introduced with the contract. And then as we go through with this puzzle, with these three places, the library, the laboratory and the wine cellar, we kind of understand this little mini story in the game. So instead of just throwing every kind of information at the player and getting the player extremely confused, what they did, they explained this one story, this kind of self-contained story, and it's important because we learn about what kind of a person Alexander is and what they were doing, and also bring up a lot of questions like why did they kidnap people, what were they doing, but at the same time we got an explanation to who this guy was, what he was doing, the way actually he died, and what was the ending of that. So it's really cleverly layered, and you don't have to play for 20 hours to finally understand something. You can just play a few hours, finish one story part, apparently this alchemy puzzle was one, and understand that part, and then you can go on to the next one, and that's really clever and really nicely made. So I do appreciate that. It's a fun little game so far, and I'm looking forward to playing it, hopefully next week on the Friday. I will try to turn Friday from Doom into an Amnesia day. And let's see what we have. We have the Amnesia collection and we have the hard mode. Apparently we do have a hard mode. And the Amnesia collection is interestingly one game. I thought they would have different lists for the Dark Descents and Justin's and the Machine for Pigs' trophies. Apparently no. We do have one shared platinum and we have one trophy we earned, and that is the Alchemist. Really nice icon, I like that. Remove the shadows residue in the entrance hall in Amnesia, the Dark Descent. And we indeed did. That was fun. That was really fun. I'm not sure if I will ever get the platinum for this game, but hey, who knows. So with that said, we are going to look for someone to raid. I hope you enjoyed this little stream today. I will be back next week. I'm not sure when and with what, but that is what the weekend is for me to figure out what I'm going to do. However, now we have to find someone to raid, and I think I know exactly who we are going to raid, because last time when we raided Seth, we had a bit of a trouble. The trouble being that they were just finishing their stream. So today, hopefully, we get to enjoy their stream for a bit longer. And with that said, I thank you for joining me today on this fabulous Friday the 13th, the last one of the year. That is sad, but hey, we have our trophy right there. It says 13th of June. So hey, we started this adventure on this day, and hopefully we end it by the time the next Friday the 13th comes along. Actually, next year, 2026. So I thank you for joining me today. I will be back next week, hopefully on Monday, and obviously Friday with more Amnesia. But until that, have a great day, and as always, good night.